put in.
I just didn't
think
respond to it because I've been busy.
No, that's okay. That's why I said just reference that, because that's where we'll vaguely step off of for where all you guys are. Shit.
Eat the
I
cat.
want to play D&D.
Pick me, pick me.
Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, why didn't we name the island Ligma Island?
Welcome to Ligma
Isle.
Falls. Okay, alright.
This is how we're starting the night.
This is how
God,
we're
it sounds like
setting the
everybody's been
tune.
drinking already.
So, Carlos is in his cottage on the hill. Vasrai is amongst her people. Nephis, you have arrived. After months of searching, you've arrived at Port Horizon. It is late in the afternoon. Yes, you are informed by the dockmaster that a strange new elf has arrived aboard the bark of Bullen about a day before your arrival, a day or two. And speaking of Peleus, you've been hanging out, or you are currently hanging out with Khutula. You're at her cottage. And Vinshenzo, you said you're hanging out with your wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Vincenzo is
Oh, I'm,
withdrawn more
the
than
wrong color.
usual.
He's withdrawn. Okay. So. Nope.
Hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hell
All
yeah.
right. Well, does anybody have anything burgeoningly critical that they would like to jump to the front of the line to do? We'll open.
I already did it.
We'll code open this sucker. Yes.
I'm not reading that right now.
Wow.
Well, when you
Whatever,
get
it's
around
not
to
for
it,
you.
it's quite nice. All right, Vasray wants to check on Mudblood. We'll start her off from there. I gotcha.
Okay. It has been a couple of months, so I'd like to check up on him again. I'm very happy with the progress, despite not everything going as I would have wanted.
Mhm.
Things are still good for the moment, so I really can't complain too much. So, he seems to have held people together. How was his health doing? And hopefully everybody's been treating him well.
He's been treated well. From what you know of Mudblood, I mean, you've lived in your village your entire life, correct?
Yeah, pretty much.
So this old man's been there this entire time. You know, he's your classic stiff upper lip old tale there. He's been through enough winters, he's seen enough seasons. He knows all the tricks of the trade. He's learned what he knows from the old sourdoughs before him, and he's been passing it along to the village people ever since. He's been quietly very proud of the responsibility that's been given unto him. You know, this finally he's able to pass on something to the next generation of his people, and he takes a lot of effortless time to fulfill that duty that you bestowed upon him. With that quiet demeanor that he uses, he's able to smooth out any of the smaller day-to-day issues that crop up between the working kobold force and any other people in the village. And he has been very patient with the other members of the council in ensuring that your people get the things that they need, and as well as they're pulling their weight and contributing in a way that makes sure everybody's sort of keeping good opinions of each other.
Very good. So because I've been gone for so long, that means he's taken over my position in the council for quite a long time.
Yeah, he's been on the council for months. In his sort of background as being an old farmhand, he's used to going to livestock auctions and stuff like that, and dealing with problematic traders who don't really take him seriously due to his size and stature. So he's used to going down to the trade house and putting on a big show face, or just dealing with the bigger folk.
Fair enough.
This is a rodeo that he's kind of experienced before, but this is a little bit different from your average, committee meeting around the farmstead or town council group. But he's applying the same sort of vigor, and it's working for him so far. That's pretty much how he sums up his little while with you. I found your stuff chill, by the way.
I have a question then. Since he's been on the council, I've been off the council for such a long time. Does this mean that I have lost this position?
Nobody's rushed up to give you any sort of like official welcome back, but nobody has come up and told you that you're kicked out either. It's one of those spicy moments, M. Night Shyamalan twists, where the guy that you thought was dead just came back to life, and everyone's like, "Oh, well, I guess you're here. You know, we had to fill your void while you were gone, and now you're back, and no one's had a chance to pass the torch or even have a conversation about where the torch should belong."
I want to have this discussion with Mudblood, unless he wants to discuss it later.
So we're talking about like sort of middle of the afternoon, getting towards the end of the workday. So when you find him, he's actually out in the fields, helping one of the quartermaster's lodgemen count sacks of rice that have been brought in from working parties. So he's not busy. He's kind of ending the day, but he's that's kind of where you find him. So you can definitely talk to him now if you'd like, or you can wait till later when his job is done.
I'd like to talk to him now if he doesn't mind too much, but
yeah, he doesn't mind. He has a great deal of respect for you, and he takes whatever time you have to speak to him. He's happy to listen in.
He's done an amazing job of holding the kobolds together over the several months that I've been gone, and I didn't mean to leave him in such a state. But the question I will have with him, though, is would he prefer to remain on the council, or does he want me to take it back over? I'm willing to give him my position if the rest of the council is willing to do that. It seems like he's a better stand-in right now.
Mudblood tells you,
Mistress Pinefall, I've been quite happy to be able to help my people in such a way that doesn't require me to work or break my back in the sun. In my old age, my bones are a little bit stiffer and my joints are a little bit more brittle. And this gives me a place of belonging, a place of contribution to the tribe, to the clan. Let the young ones work in the fields. I'll let you gain glory for our people. This is a way that I can help.
This dog, I swear.
I would be happy to step aside should you need, if there's a time of turmoil and leadership that you believe there's a direction we could head in. You're a brave fighter, Miss Pinefall. I am but a simple farmer, but I'm happy to contribute where I can.
Okay, 1 second.
yeah, that's fine.
Sorry. Okay.
All good?
Yeah, just sad dog is all. The question that I have for you, Mudblood, and I don't ask this lightly, is do you want the mantle of leadership? I have been gone for so long, and in a sense, I have failed the people by disappearing for so long, and people need me most and all of that, so...
Mistress Pinefall, you have not failed our people. You have led us to a place of safety where we can rejoice and rebuild our town. We can rebuild our clan. You've given us the protection of these larger ones, and you've swayed their attitudes to ensure that we are safe. We are not oppressed. You've done us a great service, Miss Pinefall. We can never forget your sacrifices.
Vasray listens to these words and is happy to hear them, of course, but also is still kind of reluctant on some things.
He gently touches your arm with his old scaly claw, and he says,
You are a warrior. You've led us through the hardships and brought us to a place of peace. We are not in danger here anymore, and it's all thanks to you and your new friends.
Of course. In that case, I best go and check on the others to make sure that they're doing well. The experiences of that place were quite something.
he nods his head and he says,
Perhaps, if you're concerned about the fact that you may be continuing your absences, or you might pick a younger kobold from the clan, someone who can lead us into a newer, brighter future. I am old. I'm happy to pass on the wisdom of what I've learned over my life, but maybe the direction of our future should be held by someone young and new.
Then tell me, Elder, who do you recommend?
He shrugs his shoulders.
I haven't quite thought about it, but if you come back to me later, I'll give you a few names. Perhaps seek the Egg Mother as well. Managing the hatchery, she might know of a few matriarchs who could be of service.
I like that idea. Let's continue this chat later. It looks like you have much work to do.
He nods his head.
Yes, my good friend the Lodge Master is expecting all of these grains of rice. I can't keep him waiting. He's been a very good friend.
She gives a smirk and says, in that case, I leave you to your work, Elder.
I bid you a good day, Miss Pinefall. Bahamut's blessings to you.
Bahamut's blessings on you. And she gives a little bit of a bow and walks off.
He returns the bow and then proceeds to carry on with the rest of his work.
Hell yeah. I try to return to see what's going on in town. You can flip the spotlight.
Spotlight. Oops, sorry, wrong button. Okay. Nephis, what are you up to? You've been out of the loop for a little while. Let's hear what's going on with Nephis.
Nephis would immediately upon hearing that the others have arrived back in Sanctuary, he would go to the council and seek a hearing to see what happened to everyone.
You're obviously talking about like the big boy council, right? Or the
Yes.
yeah, the big boy council. All right. So you speak to. You ask for a hearing, and you are told that a hearing can be convened by the end of the day, and they will attempt to summon up whoever's around for said meeting. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna quickly, just in case there's other time-sensitive things that other people are wanting to do before that meeting, I'll let them get out of the way, and then we'll keep cracking on. Which means I would be looking at next Carlos and Peleus and Vinshenzo. The three of you have anything that you're up to specifically this afternoon? Let's hear what you guys are up to.
Carlos would probably want to stop by the quartermaster and discuss business.
All right. Well, the quartermaster is in his lodge as always. He's finishing off some ledgers, signing a few notary slips when he sees you, and he says,
It's about time you came to visit.
Yes, I had a few other things I needed to take care of first, you understand.
Business is the only business needing to be discussed.
As far as business goes, I've heard you've been quite helpful taking care of the finance part of our little tavern.
He shrugs his shoulders and says,
I'm the master of coin here. I see it as my job.
Well, I was just stopping by to see how exactly the finances are doing.
Well, I can tell you that you're the only profitable business on this island.
and then he kind of chuckles a little bit.
You're the only business on this island. But you've been doing well. I'll give you the ledgers tomorrow. I have to finish writing up. You've bought some new ingredients this week.
Yes, good. If finances are as good as I hope, perhaps we can start putting some of that coin back into the community. We'll
perhaps if you started bringing home more coin, we'd have more coin to spend. For now, most of your wealth is in notary slips.
Well, there's still a few places out there we need to investigate, so maybe we'll find some more coin back. Who knows?
Is there anything else? Did you bring anything back of value? Usually when you return from a voyage, you bring some sort of tidings or resource or something of contribution.
Unfortunately, this was more of a fight for survival. I'm not sure how much you've heard, but we left this plane of existence. To us, it was only a matter of days, but here it was months. Many of my companions went mad. It was only some time later that we were able to shake the grip of that place and return.
He takes one lumbering step back as you're at your discussion of potentially being gripped by madness.
He says, best see a priest, eh? I don't know if you want any curses lingering on you.
Ah, yes, well. I don't suppose you've heard anything about Peter Montfort, have you?
Montfort, he was supposed to be with you.
We got separated, unfortunately. He was
Well-
with Vazarai, Painful, but I don't think we ever saw him. We're not sure what happened to him.
Another name I'll have to cross off the ledger.
I wouldn't be so hasty if I was you. He has a remarkable way of persevering. I'd at least give it until the end of the year.
It gives you a long, steady look.
He was used to be one of your ilk, wasn't he? An adventurer? A vagabond?
That's right, he was with us at the beginning, but his god had a different calling to him.
Well, the rest of you come back like ugly coppers, maybe he'll do the same.
I wouldn't put it past him. But I won't keep you any longer. I see you're busy. That's all I wanted to check on.
I'll have the ledgers delivered to your place of business tomorrow morning by courier.
I'll be waiting for them.
He had a divine mission to play Elder
higher
Scrolls
calling.
5 Skyrim
Doom
Special
guy.
Edition.
No. Hey, you're finally awake.
Peter Montfort comes back with points an artificer and some kind of firearm.
Look at this cool gun.
Picking
I
art-
found.
Picking artillerist.
Pretty much.
To prepare some heavy metals for when he steps out of a rift. Okay. So you have any other questions for Mr. Bellic, the quartermaster, or is that pretty much all you had to ask?
I think that was pretty much it.
Deadly. Vin, what are you up to?
I posted it in chat. He would be pretty withdrawn from the community.
Okay.
He's hanging with the wife.
Yeah.
Are you just hanging with your wife the whole time?
Yeah.
All right, that's fine.
I mean, I would tend
And-
to business where need be, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, at some point in the afternoon, you are found and informed, both you and your wife, that a council meeting has been called by Captain Nephis, who has just returned.
Oh. I go.
Oh. Peleus. You're last, but certainly not least, on the list of people who are doing shit around town. You are, last I checked, you were up at Khutula's library.
Yes. I've entirely forgotten what I was told about the about her library/collection since last session.
Her library / collection is the closest thing to an actual educational / academic library that you can find. The other sort of like local sort of like book club spot where you can just sort of take and leave literature as you finish reading it is mostly like poetry and prose and little stories like that, mostly for people who aren't looking to learn something, just to get out of their heads for a little while. Whereas Khutula has manuscripts of different magical literature, all sorts of academic books, tomes, history texts, stuff like that. Anything that vagabonds have been bringing her from their travels, which they haven't found a lot of books quite yet. But she kind of hoards their knowledge.
All right. She was sitting on the porch in a rocking chair, right?
Yes, she's reading a book, sitting on the porch in a rocking chair, and as you walk up the front, up through the front yard, which has a nice little stone path decorated with seashells, she looks at you and says, "I haven't seen you before. Are you new?"
Yes, I arrived only just now. I heard on the way that you had a collection of books. As a
Yes.
scholar, I was intrigued.
Do you have something to add to my collection?
Not at the moment. I lost my books some years back in an accident.
She looks visibly disappointed. Well, is there something that you're looking to read?
Any magical texts you might have?
She
But
snorts.
honestly,
I have lots of magical texts.
well,
She
I'd like to look at all of them.
she flips an arm to the open door and says, "You can look around, just don't go in my room. I'll be in a second if you have any questions. I'm just finishing this." And she sort of gestures to the scroll or the heavy tome that is on her lap.
Thank you, and enjoy your reading. I give her a bow, and then I go in.
She gives you a half-hearted grunt as she's already delved into her book. I'm not sure where Khutula's sheet is, because I think once upon a time she actually kept track of all the different knowledge she kept. But there's a whole bunch of information on vampires. Lots and lots of info on vampires you find.
Christ, that's a lot of vampire.
A lot of vampire knowledge, as well as a few other books from a Drow library that are written in Elvish. She has a couple really nice looking texts from the city of Vales. What was that place in? Oh no, she lost all those books. No, you guys got all your. Yes, she did get some stuff from ManCon as well.
Yeah.
There's a whole variety,
And then
wide variety
with
of
the
literature.
books we recovered from the Dragon Horde as well. But I don't remember
And-
any of those.
And the books that you recovered from the Dragon Horde.
And
I
from the
any of them as
Dorgish
well.
Con.
They didn't have any books, I don't think, did they? If they did, that's awesome.
Yeah, you find a few.
Oh, well, there you go. So yeah, that's the collection. Okay. Kardoc, roll me 3d10 for a second.
3d10, you say?
3d10.
Whoa.
Yeah, some
It
radiant.
disappeared again.
I can still
Somewhere
see
over
what
here.
I got.
Yeah, it's somewhere over here in the hidden zone for
It
us.
was total of 15.
I still don't know how to get rid of that. I can't
3,
touch it.
5, 7.
7.
You see the thing?
No.
Is there a box or anything there, or is it just you can
It's
see?
probably under the panel, to be honest.
TBH.
Wherever it is, I haven't been able to find it or select, which is annoying.
Oh, shucks.
Maybe Devon can help. Devon's a smart kid about this kind of
He
stuff.
is. Okay, you
Oh,
said 7 total, right?
3, 5, and 7, total 15.
15. Okay. All right. Deadly. All right, so Peleus, you're hanging out reading. A courier to each of you, minus Peleus directly, but he received this through a courier that's going to Khutula's house. But you are all invited to attend a council meeting that has been summoned by Captain Nephis. Khutula receives this, and the runner, as per seems to be usual, like enters into the cottage, places what looks like a small handwritten note on a stack of handwritten notes that is becoming quite mountainous on a little side table by the front door, and then she looks over at you, Peleus, and says, "There's some council meeting. I don't know if you're friends with my friends, but they're all probably gonna go, or not. But it's up to you." And then she goes back to her book.
Outstanding.
That's the most Cthulhu
No,
thing I think she could
We're
say.
reading books in this house.
Yeah, we're reading books. She didn't give a fuck.
No, I haven't met the vagabonds yet, so don't really care.
Huh. Well,
Damn.
you'll meet him at some
I'm
point.
expanding my knowledge.
You'll meet him at
Good
some
guy.
point. They don't like reading as much.
Something.
Hey, I read a book once.
You know, given
Okay.
how many books there are on vampires, I'm probably just gonna spend the evening reading on the vampire.
All right. Well, I'm gonna keep that track just in case you remember some knowledge. Right, you're not Isaac anymore. I have to get out of writing that. Alias Rex.
To be fair, I yeah, Arcana, History, Investigation, Religion is +9, so
Fuck yeah. Can't get much harder than that. Vazrai is absolutely invited.
Okay.
Everybody is invited. Amithray is going because that's her job. And Vin, whether you're sullen or not, she's going to attempt to drag you along.
Wait, say that again?
Amithray's been summoned for a council meeting. You
Yeah,
have
I
also
said I was
been
going.
given the note. Oh, okay, cool. I couldn't remember. I didn't write that part down.
the hell?
Anyways, later in the evening, Nephis, the meeting is called to order. Everyone is there except for Peleus of Tyr, or Peliel of Tyr, sorry. And you are informed that he is actually on the Isle of the Beasts, helping tame the area there.
What the?
Taking out
I
the
don't-
last
I don't
remnants
remember
of the
who
Great
fuck
Horde.
That is.
He's one of the lesser guys. He was the Asamar who was in charge of the Order side of things. He was one of the 3 big head honchos. Amithray has
Oh.
since become the big head honcho.
Damn.
Matriarch.
The matriarch, mostly because the other one of the 3 was effectively a lapdog. And Peliel had been disgraced enough that his public image was nowhere near worth supporting when Amithray made her move, which happened when she became pregnant. She was just like, "Yep, I got an heir. I'm in charge," and they're all like, "Ah, shit."
Yeah, I mean, we had already.
only
kinda
we saw this
declared that.
coming. Oh wait.
Yeah, but the ground was not stable enough under their feet, and the other guy immediately was like, "Woo! I support the Democrats." Anyway, so the meeting is called to order, Nephis.
The fuck?
Dear Lord.
Holy moly. Alrighty.
The fuck?
The fuck? I guess since everyone's there, yeah, Nephis really is just extremely curious to what happened there, to everyone, and if everyone's fine. He's been looking for him for months. So upon seeing everyone, he hesitantly rushes to him and well, he shakes everyone's hands.
Oh
It's
yeah.
good to see you're all right.
Vazray shakes your hand.
Vin
Yeah, sure.
reluctantly shakes your hand.
I'm sorry that we were gone for so long. It's heartening to hear that you spent this whole time looking for us. If we had only known we were gone so long.
None of us would have
Strange
known.
things.
A lot has happened since you've been gone.
Yes, we've heard the worst of it. We've heard some of the good news.
About
You were with Isaac in his final moments. Is there anything you can share about that?
We headed to a portal to possibly close it. We ran into some demons and they took me alive and they slew Isaac.
Have we done anything about these demons since then?
Nephis is aware that during the time the Vagabonds have been gone, a campaign was launched against the remaining hordes. After the portals were destroyed, they were in disarray and fighting amongst themselves. And the Alliance mustered as many troops as they had available to sail over to the Isle of Beasts, conquer it, and then give it to the Dordians and the Moons on the condition that they cede as vassals. So they are a vassal state.
Outstanding. A vassal island.
Wow.
This is
They hold fealty to Sanctuary.
Was his body ever recovered as well?
Yes, his body was recovered. I'm gonna reference the IC post just for briefly, but there is a description of his grave. He's at the very top of the mountain. If you guys remember when you first got to Sanctuary Island, where that big ass ship had just flown into the trees upside down, the wreckage. That's where there's a gravesite. There's also 50 men who had died during the clearing of the Isle of Beasts, and they're buried there with Isaac. And there's more details in the IC post should you want to read that. But he's there.
If only we had been there to help.
Aye. And he breaks eye contact and just kind of gets lost in thought.
Carlos immediately brings down the mood.
Aye.
Thanks, Carlos.
Was inevitable. He was a
Unbelievable.
reckless soul.
As reckless as he may have been, he was still one of us.
Was the portal successfully closed?
I believe
Yes,
he said all the
both of them are
Aye.
destroyed.
they were destroyed.
Ah.
At least his efforts were not in vain.
Agreed.
What were you able to find in the abyss? Were you just trying to escape, or were you able to find more?
Carlos
Rather not
looks
go
at-
back to such a place.
Carlos looks at Vin to see if he's going to say anything.
Confusion. Danger.
Dark whispers. Madness.
There was much madness.
Fighting for survival, I see.
Yes, I was, I believe, the first one to recover from that place. It took the others another day or two.
Vazray takes off her gauntlet on one hand and holds up her hand, and in her clawed
Palm.
fingers, the palm of there, and here you can see the brand of Bahamut in her hand, burned into her.
She was convinced she was hearing whispers of Tiamat or some other nonsense, and
Arcrayon.
And,
She tries to specify.
Carlos just waves her away.
She puts the gauntlet
She-
back on.
She held that amulet until she almost died from the wound, if you believe it. So had to make sure it didn't get infected. It was pretty bad. Vinshenzo eventually came to his senses as well, and I found this dungeon or camp or something in a mine. He redeemed himself in that moment, I'll say. And it is because of him we're back.
I had to betray creatures of Loth to return us here. This troubles me greatly.
Are you concerned of retribution?
Yes.
I take it as because of your Drow heritage, a background of that. I did not think that you had at least too much relation to Loth yourself.
I do not. But I've created quite a debt, so to speak.
Vazray does not like the sound of that.
Well, hopefully they won't come calling for that to be repaid anytime soon.
Probably long after you have perished, Mr. Carlos.
I wonder if Timora will be there.
I hope that she is too.
I'm just saying, like, I hope Timora is there for you.
I hope that she's with me whenever I need her most. Vin flicks a gold coin. Oh wait, we're not by the sea.
Oh.
We're inside, never mind.
Coin at the
It
wall.
would be funny. He
Vin
Flicks a
reels
gold
back
coin
and just
to the
fucking
nearest
hurls
glass
it
of
going
water.
It into the ocean from wherever the fuck he is.
just fucking yeets it.
Never mind, I
I've
don't
run
do
out
that.
Run out of coin.
It's like he reels back with his arm and his just muscles just suddenly bulge out and just rip his entire sleeve, and he just fucking.
No, my gentleman's jacket.
I'm ripped.
No.
Ugh. Ah.
No.
I'm huge now.
Oh,
What
no.
happened to you? He's so strong.
He's so strong.
My
Hell
concern,
yeah.
I will say, at this point is if Peter Montfort is still alive, he's the one that, at least for a brief time, accompanied me in there, but I fear that he may not survive out there, but he's a loyal servant to Ilmater, and something tells me he's been through a lot worse.
So you abandoned someone else in that hellscape too? Amithray pipes up from nearby. Well, at least you didn't abandon my husband again.
Vazray looks at Amithray and just kind of squints at her, but says absolutely nothing.
She gives you the most vicious smirk.
She turns back to the rest of the conversation.
Mr. Montfort is surprisingly resilient in both mind and body. I wouldn't worry over much about him, but it might be many months before we find out his eventual fate.
Or
He is a strong
never.
soul.
I was unaware he was down there with you. Oh wait, he probably would have been told.
You would have been made aware generally. You would have been caught up when you got
I would have
back.
told. I would have told when
You would
we
have
were
learned when we
before
met the B team.
hags. The hags.
Yes.
The hags.
Yeah, I had told. Yeah, I had told of Peter Montfort being there. So
Eggs.
Dude, fuck those women.
I mean, we met the rest of the B team when we arrived back on the material plane. So
Yeah, they would have let you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More white men is I wouldn't have known that you guys abandoned him.
Yeah, you wouldn't have known that part until just
I
now.
didn't abandon him. I never saw him.
Yeah, we never saw him. I think
Shut
he
up,
split
dude.
from Vazrai. I think he was providing a distraction or something.
Yeah,
He
he was
was.
distracting a pair of Tanarooks so that Vazrai could cross the bridge.
That is correct.
Were those the same? Were those the same Tanarooks that just didn't give a fuck about us?
Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah, they didn't give a shit. But the thing is that they did the whole Arma 3 stare at them from afar at the top of a hill and then just preemptively make a plan. And so they're like, okay, I'm gonna distract them from like a mile away. He's like, okay, I'm gonna do that. So they didn't even get a chance to see whether or not the guys would be hostile. They just kind of assumed. But also, Peter just instantly hated everything that was there because of its own existence, and he just treated everything as hostile. So
It was the
I love
abyssal plane.
racing.
Like, I can't really blame him.
Yeah.
I love these races.
It's kind of like
Right there.
the one scene from Monty Python, the Holy Grail, where was it Lancelot or whatever was running up to the castle, and then like the
Yeah.
guards are just watching him, and then he just like goes and stabs one of the guards and runs past, and
I
everyone's just
love
like,
that
"Hey."
scene. Yeah, that's exactly.
That's
how
what I
you know,
imagine
Garrett
happening.
gets like to upper management to the abyss. It's like, oh, terribly sorry, I didn't realize. You know, I
Oops.
just got this note and everything. I was here to come save my friends, and you know.
suddenly
Just goes
he's
through
at the
and starts
center.
murdering everyone, and they're just
Yeah.
like, "Let's."
Oops.
You're not supposed to be in here. What's going on?
Well, you see, I got this note. this letter from my
Says-
kobold friend. But yeah, just Vazrai just looks away from Amathray. I will at least continue to give him prayers.
Probably
Hell
all we
yeah.
can do at this point.
What is that?
That's probably all we can do at this point.
Nothing we can do.
Well, it's very sad the loss of your friend, but now that you're back, what are you going to do? Asked Amathray.
I was going to say, you lot have been stuck in there, but only a few days, and you haven't had much time to recover. Perhaps some rest is in order.
Vin
But
looks
after a plan of
accusingly at
action.
Amathray. I'm sorry.
I, however, cannot rest too much. I have to ensure that some things are in order for my people, since I've been gone for so long.
And
Are you sure
will
you're
you
in the
be
right
resuming
mind?
your mantle as counselor? Miss Pinefall?
Does Amathray ask this?
No, this is what the hell is his name? Reginald? Roger?
Oh.
Rogel? Anyways, that
Original
guy.
Oh,
Winklebottom.
hell yeah, Reginald.
Earl Goldstein.
Reginald! He's
no,
back!
not
He escaped prison!
Shit! Wrong one. But that night, the Aurelian Cavalier who was originally
Siegfried?
bonded to Vin. Yeah, Siegfried. Yeah, he's the guy. He's the yes man.
To answer his question, that is something I plan to discuss with my my good elder Mudblood on, since he's been taking good care of my people in my absence for so long. I'd imagine that it is quite strange to suddenly see me come back and just, you know, after several months and just suddenly be handed the position back because I was there before. I would imagine he would have made a excellent replacement for me had something happened to me.
Everyone has a place here, even you.
Yes, but I also have to consider all that has happened, and that is something that I do plan to discuss with him tonight. So,
He holds up his hands. Very well, very well. Just let us know.
of course. I suppose in the meantime, is there anything that I may do for the council and the people here of Sanctuary?
Perhaps stop abandoning the most valuable assets of our society. That'd be nice. Could you do that?
Ah.
Huh?
Vazray likewise gives him a squint and looks to
That
the
was
rest.
that was the wife.
Oh, that was the wife. Okay. Yeah, she just rolls her eyes pretty much and just stops looking at Amethray, just kind of ignoring her.
Vin looks accusingly at Amethray.
She flashes you a grin. She's having fun.
It's her time to have fun now.
She's just sitting there poking.
She remembers all those times when Vin was getting her goat.
Well, I will see what I can get done around here. But first, I think a prayer for Peter is probably in order.
You can take that elsewhere. This is not a council for foolish things like that. You have real business here.
Barks Amethray.
You waste someone else's time. For now, I must understand what the plan of the vagabonds is next. Are you here to rest and refit? Or are you moving on to the north?
Vin looks
Nephis crosses his
accusingly
arms and
at
look at the others.
Amethray.
God damn it, Vin.
I believe it would be good if we all had some time to recover from our trials in that literal hellscape.
Bitch.
But afterwards, yes, I imagine we will be off again to explore to the north.
I would highly recommend you speak to the trader ship that come from afar. Nephis was the one who helped identify them. They're the prisoners, where he'd been found by the beasts.
Aye.
They come from a place called New Ravnica. They've explored the waters more. Perhaps they could trade maps.
It is something to consider, yes.
Okay. Fucking hell. Didn't actually just walk in here and belched the loudest burp I've ever heard in my life. Immediately walked out again.
Hell yeah.
You know, just something you do.
Hell
Threw me
yeah.
off a little. I'm
Refuse to
kind of like
elaborate.
caught on the back foot here.
Just walk in, I have an announcement, burp, that is all, and leaves.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hell yeah.
Head back. Oh,
Got our priorities
no.
straight.
Yeah. I just gotta let something up off my chest. Okay. Do you have any other ordery meetingy things to discuss, or you guys what's happening?
Unless the vagabonds have some sort of interest in this north place, whatever this is, I'm mostly going to be focused on my people as well as assisting with anything going on within Sanctuary, as well as just kind of maybe pondering my next few moves here. So get right back here and just suddenly we have to reconsider everything. It's been 3 months or so. Months upon months.
That is a fair statement. I'm just kind of open to the party at this point in time. What are you guys looking to do? You want some downtime, or are you preparing to do anything specific?
I plan to do that during my downtime. It sounds like we want to do downtime.
Vin
Well,
is
that's what I'm asking the wider group. Perfect.
Carlos has given his 2 cents.
Yeah, like I've already told what I want, so like that is what I plan to do with my downtime. So aside from maybe a little bit of rest on this side.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, if we don't plan to make any moves, I'll take my ship, do some voyages around the island, see what I can find. Nothing too large.
Which island is this?
The previous one that we were at, the
Isle of Beasts?
Isle of Beasts.
Vin offers to accompany Nephis. Captain Nephis.
All right.
Aye.
Yes, and perhaps upon
the
your
life.
return, we can explore some of those other islands that we've been meaning to.
Oh,
Whenever you're all ready, message me. DM me.
Fuck.
Did I didn't
You're
do my
Send a
taking
message.
You're taking the one that's the DMer.
Ah,
you took
You're
the only
taking our
cell phone.
Only cell phone.
The rest of us have landlines.
And there's
I
no
wish I
fucking
never took
connection
that
here.
fucking spell, dude.
It's
Just-
brought
just
him nothing but
Vazray just-
pain.
Just Vazray's just like tugging at his jacket. It's like, can you please send a message?
Tell my mom I love her. Tell her.
Vin gets no response.
Oh,
Though that would be nice if he could actually message Bahamut, but no, he
that'd
probably
be
couldn't.
kind of funny.
Yeah, just like, are you dead? He just like, no. It's like, oh, thank God.
What? How did you get this number?
How do you get this number? Oh, I'm asking for a friend.
What if D&D had cell phones?
Well, if we're done with our discussion here, I think I may go ahead and get to work.
Hell yeah.
And if nobody stops her, Vazray is going to go ahead and walk off.
It's eventide, evening tide now for those who are keeping
Schmealing.
track.
What I'm going to do with Vazray is we're going to change into our robes here, our
Okay.
robes of Bahamut and all that. So it's kind of like the blue and white color with the symbol of Bahamut on the front.
Okay, roll for radiant. Just kidding.
God damn it.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll leave our half plate and our shield here at the place that we've been staying, and we're gonna go ahead and visit the whatever church that we've been visiting here. You know, the clergy, and we're gonna go ahead and begin praying for a bit for Peter. So
Hell yeah. All right.
I think that's probably a good evening activity for a little bit, and then hopefully dodging Amithray because of all of her side comments.
You leave yourself so open. It's too easy.
I know. Vazray wants to throw a whole lot of shit, but she's just trying to play nice right now as much as she does not want to. Bitch, I will torch you.
Outstanding. All right, Chieftains, what's the rest of you doing? If you guys just want to like say I want to take a month of downtime, it's a hell of a lot easier for me to be able to work with instead
Oh.
of just trying to think
Are
about what you
we-
want to do for the rest of the day.
pretty
Are
much.
we looking for a month?
Fuck you. Dude.
That's what I'm curious about.
Oh, you probably should have specified that bit. I didn't realize like the length of time.
Sorry,
would
I'm
be that
talking about-
significant.
I'm talking about the general look forward. Like, do you guys want to jump
Oh.
in? Like, do you want to just do a month of down? Like, it's easy. We can
Oh, God
take
damn it.
5 IRL minutes and have a month pass in game time.
Okay.
That's like you can sit there and be like, "Fuck this! I'm taking
How
a year off
fast
of
is
adventuring."
Amithray wanting to work? Like, how fast? Like,
Uh,
okay, I get
so
that
basically-
like people are like, okay, we need to like figure out what's going on around us, but the thing of people being like, dude, we gotta hurry up and colonize all these islands is very
Amithray is
strange to
not.
me.
Amithray is not in a push to like colonize everything. What she's looking at is like she talks to you about plans to build a future kind of thing like that. She's not sitting there saying like this needs to all happen tomorrow. She's just like telling you the things that are like, oh, because you are Drow, you have the time
1,000 years.
when you think about the time that you have. So when she's sitting there telling you like, oh yeah, we need to do all these things, just remember that she's looking at that longer view of things. Like she's not sitting there thinking we have to get it all done next month.
Yeah.
She's sitting there looking at, when you think about a year in the life of a human, and all the things you can get done in a year versus how a Drow would perceive that same amount of time in their own perspective. Like that's what she's looking at.
I joked about Carlos's short life like 5 minutes ago. I understand this.
I'm explaining loudly for other people who might also be listening, besides just you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So that's how she's working it out. She's not sitting there saying like, we must spread like the fucking plague. Like, no.
Okay.
We have kobolds now. We could.
You guys do not have the resources to do that.
I'm willing to take a month of downtime. If Nephis is going on adventures, though, I would go with him.
Unless Vazray was asked, she would not be going on this particular adventure. She'd be more
I'm
focused.
an adventurer.
Yes. We're focused about, of course, giving prayers to Peter, trying to get ourselves in order here with the kobolds, as well as the whole question involving the council. What?
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. As well as seeing to the temple, all that. Motherfucker, what's going on?
Sorry. I was gonna... Dude, you don't have time to mourn Peter much longer, dude. You have an even shorter life than a human, don't you?
No. Kobolds can live up to time. They can live up to 100.
They just usually die a lot quicker than.
Yeah, they can live up to 130 roughly.
They live like lemmings.
Okay, I get it.
Live fast and die young.
Yeah, they rarely ever get to that age. So, yeah. God, I can only wonder how old Mudblood is. He'd be really cool to have all the stories with. Gotta love Mudblood.
Well, shit, if your kobolds were in like a kingdom, they probably lived a pretty long time for the most part.
Yeah, we did live in a kingdom and all that, so we've probably seen a whole lot of stuff. So at least where we were living, it was mostly rural. So I mean, you'd still, see the kingdom itself.
He's lived through. He's like one of those old guys who sits on a park bench and like will tell anybody all his stories just because he's lived through so much, and he like sits there happily remembering it anyway. So if you ask him,
utopia, it's from Knight's headcanon.
No, it wasn't a utopia.
It kind of feels like that.
Oh, motherfucker, man!
It's a beautiful. It's okay to. It's okay to come from a place of peace and prosperity. Okay. You're currently in a complete like.
I'm sorry.
It's not
Knight.
there anymore. It doesn't exist. It doesn't matter about the happy
past. I'm sorry, Knight. You like
past.
kobolds. That's all I'm joking about.
The timelines.
Yeah. This guy's lived through like drought, famine, kobold raids. Sorry, not kobold raids. Goblin raids, all that kind of shit like that. Yeah, he's seen a few things.
Ooh.
Yeah, we've seen a few things.
He once grew a pumpkin so large that it couldn't even be lifted by an.
And then it got turned into a carriage.
Maybe, I don't know. He sold it at auction for an entire gold piece.
Hell yeah!
His first ever gold piece.
It's a joyous day.
He used that gold piece to spend it on a special necklace for his wife, who's now sadly passed away.
Oh.
Or whatever the kobolds in your kingdom did with marriage, if they had it.
But yes, that is what I'm doing at the moment. Is there any like other details that I need to throw out there? Maybe trying to find my place.
If you are amongst your people, based on how you've described like your place, I assume you're spending a lot of your time at the hatchery, and you're probably also like giving out services and stuff for Bahamut to those who are still actively practicing.
And hopefully we can hear something from him. It's like, Father, are you there?
Yeah, maybe.
Please, please answer the phone.
Seeing as we're focusing into the sort of longer than a day at a time scope of things, Carlos and all of those who are business associates of the tavern/theater, you guys have raked 75 gold in profits, beyond just the running expenses and purchasing of stuff. which doesn't sound like a whole lot, but when you think of like the scope and the prices of things, 75 gold in profits of meals and drinks, that's not too bad.
Okay. And that's over the course of the 5 months we've been gone?
Yeah, that's like all of your monthly expenses. You've been gone for a decent amount of time, and this isn't exactly like a booming population center either, right?
Yeah. And that's the sum total of the business is 75.
75 gold in profits
Okay.
after all of your expenses and other dealings.
How much do I get from that?
Cash.
Between the two of you. There you go.
Alright.
I mean, Carlos is planning on just
Carlos
investing it back into the
Carlos
business.
can have it.
Hell yeah.
75 gold is nothing, bro.
It's chomp change.
So,
Things in the Empire
And
business.
it's not even like
How
real gold.
expensive is
He's giving
lodging
you like a
at the tavern?
coupon.
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually a really good question. How expensive is lodging at your tavern? How much are you charging?
For us,
Because
it's
you will
probably
be,
free.
well, you guys will be getting paid because there are crew of that strange ship or that new ship that are
Wait,
staying there.
whoa. I thought the kobolds found their own place.
No. What they have is so as the town is expanding, the longhouses are starting to empty, and the kobolds have taken 2 longhouses that are sat side by side together,
Okay.
and that is like the
Okay,
kobold
good.
area. They're all living together in 2 big longhouses.
Yeah, we're not invading your freaking tavern.
That was only for a month.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
that was the agreement there. Yeah.
They helped finish building your tavern, and then they went back to the place that they lived when they had enough space to do so.
Yeah.
I don't know. How much is a fucking typical stay at a tavern like back in
Expensive.
the old world?
Back in the old world, depending on how fancy you guys were staying, you were paying a couple silver pieces to stay versus sometimes you were paying like a gold.
Shit. I discussed with Ben. How much should we charge for
Expensive.
rooms?
Only the finest.
2
These are your first
GP.
guests.
how many days in this month, and how much gold is this going to cost me?
Oh, is that where what's his face is staying?
When
Yes.
Vin
I didn't
was
realize.
when Vin was baking the tavern, like how nice is it? Like, is this like a super like upscale look, or is it more
It's
moderate?
nice.
Have you guys ever been to like a tropical resort, like in the Caribbean / sort of Mexico kind of area?
I've been to Bugaboo Creek.
I don't know where that is, but I assume you understand sort of the general visual aesthetic of like that sort of tropics band. Like that is the materials you guys have to work with for the most part. So you have a really, really nice building that is made of some stone, but mostly wood. A lot of nice, strong like pine and cedar. But then there's also like you have thatch roofing and palm, that kind of building materials to work with. So it's nice. Like it's nice. They put good work into it. It's one of the nicer buildings in the entire area because you guys actually like sank money and people put a lot more effort than they did into their shacks that they made with basically like battle axes.
Hell yeah.
One sec.
Like if you guys want to think about it, like Port Horizon's entire workforce for the majority of its existence was soldiers, and the tools you guys were using were the tools that soldiers had on them when they were in the field. This whole town has been built by that kind of like hard workers who understand how to use the tools, but the construction itself, they were pretty simplistic. And then by the time you guys started building the tavern, there were civilians, there were craftsmen to a certain extent. The kobolds and the Dordians and the moons and the lizardmen, like they all brought a little bit more civilian skill set to the mix.
Okay.
So you had a nicer place, and now now that there's been like a larger population boon, those more skilled workers who come from the survivors have been pitching in and making nicer buildings. Like it's getting better over time. It really is a village that's being built from the ground up. And you guys are seeing that over the course of months, kind of improving slowly. Every single time you guys have been coming and going to and from port, something changes, something's grown, something's improved. The dirt paths that you guys used to be walking through, which just sort of eroded into the ground over time with foot traffic, have actually turned into small boardwalks in the places that everyone knows gets muddier. There's stone pathways now. There's little spots to sit and like look at the ocean. They have, yeah, it's growing. It's turning into an actual home.
Okay, yeah. I don't know. I'd probably say like 1 gold piece per night then, and maybe like that comes with like a free meal, like one meal per day or something like that.
Bro.
What? Is that too generous? Give me some insight here.
1
You give me
GP is
nothing.
1 GP is modest.
Fine. What do you suggest?
I said 2 GP.
All right, 2 GP then.
2 GP is comfortable.
It's decided.
1 GP
Decided.
and a meal, dude. Get out of here.
2
This ain't a
GP.
freaking charity, Carlos. Soup kitchen.
Soup kitchen.
I'm sorry.
Nephis, can you roll me 3 d20s for each of the months that you were searching for the vagabonds with your survival? And then for this month, if you're going to be exploring the Isle of Beasts again, roll me another survival for that. But we'll do these first 3.
I go with Nephis.
Totally fine.
Okay. Going left to right, get a 15, 16, and then a 19.
15, 16, 15, I. Spare piece of paper. And a number 4 for this month.
Copy that. Oh! 7.
Deadly. All right. I'll work up those numbers and what they mean for your exploration for a second. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt the business chat. You guys want to keep figuring that out, please do.
2 GP.
2 GP.
2 gold. Okay. And we're doing what, 31 days a month?
Probably just say 30. Make it even.
Yeah, standard 30. There's no real concept of time. I've been using 30 days for the calendar in terms of how you guys are measuring time as the town. Be 60 gold.
This guy's literally rolling in money.
Vin's probably like, we gotta keep
Yeah,
this man
see, when Chris told me what I had to do for starting wealth, because I was coming in at this level range, it was like, 5,000 gold plus 1d10 times 250.
But then you also said that you were going to be floating around like the ether for 120 years in a quarter of your bedroom. So you can canonically take that into account if you had your entire wealth in one corner of your bedroom or not. Because that was meant to I did the same thing with Vazarai. So the concept of that was meant to be your person has grown enough in skill, power, and wealth to be someone who is essentially of national importance or fame. That's what, when you get between like above 10th level, that's kind of like the equivalent of what your character has achieved in terms of status in life. And that allows you to start the game with stuff that you would have acquired over that time.
Yeah, fuck it. I had the money on that side. I did not have my books on that side though, so I lost my library.
Oh no. Vampire book.
Vampire book.
Yeah, but Vampire Book is not a replacement.
That's too bad.
And pick a number between 1 and 7, Nephis.
5.
All right. So during your voyage or your searchings of the Isle of Beasts, when you were looking through for your comrades, you were able to find various salvage and items that had either washed up on shore or who had been among ruins that were on the coastline of the Isle of Beasts. Through this exploration and patrolling, you acquired a wealth of 400 copper pieces.
Oh.
Yeah, you got a pen and pencil or a thing to note down, because I'm going to throw some stuff at you pretty quick. But I'll let you know when you, or you let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
10,000 silver pieces.
Oh, damn.
1,500 gold.
Got him.
90 platinum pieces.
Done.
A leather vest tooled with draconic scales, found in a dilapidated chest.
A leather vest with draconic scales?
A leather vest tooled with draconic scales. Yeah, it's worth about 25 gold pieces. You can put for the inventory, like a nice fancy vest, or you can wear it.
Copy.
And then there's a few more things. A scroll of calligraphy worth 25 gold pieces. A silver cup inlaid with electrum trim.
Silver cup. Wait.
A silver cup worth 25 GP.
Copy.
A stoneware chalice. Three barrels.
Chalice.
Yes. Fuck it.
Okay.
You know what? I'll just do this. This will be easier for all of us. It's going into your DMs in Discord.
That is very easy. Thank you.
There you go. So that's a number of discoveries that you found.
Wow.
And then for this one, this most recent exploration.
Yes. Okay.
Of a 7, you said?
Yeah.
You guys found a nest. What looks like to be a nest in the coast that has odd footprints. And if you'd like to investigate further, I'll get you to roll nature on the footprints.
Is this present day now?
This is present day. This is this month. Devon is disconnected.
Okay.
God damn it.
This is the month of exploration. Current day.
Devon, no.
I'm sure he'll be shortly. Do you mind if I roll for you, or are you going to be back shortly? Oh, maybe his entire internet failed.
I think he kind of failed. Like he's not responding.
Okay.
I guess we'll get back to him.
Take a look at Nephis's stuff. I'll
He
just roll for him.
failed.
His internet failed him for the last time, for the first time. Oh, he's only got a +1 in nature. Do you have nature, Vinshenzo? Or do you care enough about
I'm good
footprints
at
to look at them?
everything.
Care enough about footprints in a nest on the coast? It's a little
You are good
it's
at
a little rocky inlet. Oh, there he goes. Poor guy.
Vinshenzo is a perceptive sort. Oh, I only got 6.
Fuck.
They're amphibian of some sort. That's all you can really tell.
How queer.
Welcome back.
Hello?
I'll be right
Hello,
back.
My dad tripped the breaker. As you can hear, he's doing stuff. Oh,
Oh, hi, Dad.
my dad.
Poor Dad. Sorry. We just quickly did a nature. You want to roll a nature check for me real quick there, Devon? Once you're ready and in, we'll keep on pushing. But I just wanted to let you
Sure.
So Vinshenzo, yeah, you know they're only amphibian to some degree. Let's see what this is gonna determine.
A 4.
A 4. All right. You guys don't really
Woohoo.
know what's living in this nest, but it looks from plain observation, you think that there are about 9 creatures that are inhabiting this little nest near the coast. It looks like a deep, craggy rock formation that has a little watery inlet near the sea.
So we stumbled upon like some sort of like nest.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, my shit cut out before I heard.
Okay.
roll.
Oh, totally fine. Yes. So you guys were sailing along the coast this month, and as you were looking for any signs of interest, you had found this this hole essentially in the coastline, the rocky coastline, and there were a set of amphibious tracks, but neither of you have been able to successfully identify it, and that is the sum of the situation so far.
I look to Vin and say, "Do you want to investigate these creatures further? We could probably find something else down the coastline. I don't know what these are."
You're the captain, Mr. Nephis.
Aye. Rubbing his chin, he thinks upon it for a second. We'll leave it. Perhaps we can find something more. And he sets sail, and leaving this nest behind.
All right. I assume you've brought like a month's worth of supplies, and then you're heading back at the end of the month? Question mark.
Yeah.
It's okay if you don't. Okay, so the rest of your trip is unrewarding in its discoveries, and when you return by the end of the month, you return with no notable prize to speak of. For those who are staying at Port Horizon just for a sake of it, and this will matter to Carlos just for business purposes, but the crew of the strange ship intended to stay for 5 days total. So if you guys are doing, what'd you say it was? 1 gold piece, 2 gold pieces?
2 gold pieces per night.
2 gold pieces per night. Okay. I'll get that run up for you. And then if you guys are interested in talking to them at all, that's up to you. But they have, I will tell you this little bit. They have been seemingly unwilling to share any of their navigational information. And while they are very courteous and polite to the residents of Sanctuary Island, they're a little bit guarded as to their origins or a lot of their travels when they're pressed, just in congenial conversation.
Yo, then find a different island.
No, what? They're here to trade and like stay for a little bit and spend money on supplies. They're very friendly. They're just not very open.
They're not telling you where they're basing.
That doesn't seem very friendly to me personally.
Well,
They know
you're
where we
gone
are.
on a ship, so
I'm just saying.
okay. I respect your opinion, and I'm sure that it's a very actually I can agree with you. It's very warranted. Why are they so guarded?
We should follow them back to their base and raid it.
Yeah.
Okay. How many rooms do you guys have again? Oh, you have enough rooms. So
Base
2
Kyle.
gold pieces a night for 5 nights. 20 people. That is 100 gold in profits over 5 nights.
Are you sure it's only 100?
Freddy's.
You said it was 2
Good.
gold pieces, right?
How many people do you say it was? 20?
20 pieces, 2 gold pieces a night, 5 nights. Oh no, that'd be more than that.
200.
That'd be 400.
Where is your math at?
I don't know. I'm doing it entirely mentally without a pencil, and I usually do.
Okay,
math
so
with a pencil.
20 times 5, that's 100. Times 2 is 200,
Okay, I was thinking of it in different.
right?
Bitch.
That's right. Yeah.
Am
200
I
gold.
wrong?
200 gold. I
Yeah.
just did it. I just did it on a piece of paper.
We literally have
Same.
calculators in this game.
Eh.
I'm tabbed out.
Always excuses with you.
I do a lot of work off screen. I'm sorry.
You have a computer.
I mean,
I do a lot of work on screen and off screen. I have references on screens and notes on physical paper. So sometimes I try and do math in my head. Anyway,
Stroking
doesn't
my
matter.
shit.
You're stroking your shit. So yeah, there's 20 crew. They're on what looks to be a ship the size of a frigate.
Yeah, forget.
Frigate.
Whoa.
And they're a mix of more common races, as you could say. So there's a lot of there's mostly humans and elves with some halflings. 5 halflings, 10 elves, 10 humans. The captain is an elf.
Ugh.
But anyways, they stay for 5 days.
Hell yeah.
And they do some dating.
Damn, dude. I wish Finn was here to talk with the real elves
The real
Damn.
elves.
and have a
The
racial.
oil boys.
Shut up, dude.
The oiled up boys.
Yeah.
Oib, oib, oib.
Ooh, Vasserai gives Carlos a commendation for continued heroism.
Hell yeah, dude.
yeah, it seems appropriate.
Peleus, you have a month of living on this amazing new island home. Given that the others are sort of continuing to fit their niches in that they've kind of carved out in this new home. I'm curious as to how your experience will go this month for a month. Generally, what would you
Well,
like to do?
if he would probably try and speak to the sailors from the strange ship, but other than that, he would probably just be reading from Cthulhu's library.
Now you're living at the tavern, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know this in at all, but Carlos, I don't know if at any point in time you have any interest in speaking to this strange elf who has become a new patron at your establishment.
Pays exclusively in platinum.
Or Vasserai, or anybody who's I guess it's just the 3 of you that are on the island.
You said
And
there were
Nephis of,
humans, elves, and what now?
humans, elves, and halflings.
We would be reluctant to speak with them.
And one elf that's
Carlos,
kind of
We
Weird.
Yeah, but that's not a member of the ship's crew. That's
A new guy.
someone who's living there apart from them, aside from them.
I mean, Carlos would probably not go out of his way, but
Totally
he'd
fine.
be open. He'd be open to speaking with anyone. He'd be at the tavern a lot,
You're a
and
host.
people would be aware that he's the proprietor, so he'd be around. So if anyone had any questions, comments, complaints,
Vasray wouldn't be visiting the tavern too much, I would say. If they're out and about and ask her something, yeah, she'll stop. But otherwise, she doesn't go out of her way to talk to them either. She's just reluctant to talk to them.
Cool. Awesome. All right, so you're spending your month reading, Peleus. Cool. Okay. Well, Nephis and Vin, after a month, you return home. Carlos, I'm gonna get you to roll me another. This is for your business. I'm gonna get you to roll me a D100
Oh,
and add.
Oh.
Let me see if I can
we're in trouble now.
potentially. Who knows?
Oh,
90?
shit.
is that 100?
Oh,
90.
shit.
90.
Oh, okay, 90.
90. Okay, just give me a second. You're gonna be adding a number to it.
Adding a number. Oh.
So it's 90 without anything. So
The
plus
dice is
days.
loaded.
So plus days, 30 days. So 90 plus 30 is 120, which is higher. So roll 3d10 and multiply it by 5.
3d10 and multiply it by 5. Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay. So that's 22. And you said to multiply by 5 or divide it?
Multiply by 5.
22 times
140?
110.
110.
Okay. Wow, look at you. So your business covers its own maintenance cost and it earns a profit of whatever number of gold you just calculated.
110.
So you have made 110 gold pieces in profit this month.
In addition to the other stuff that I made.
Really sucking the community
Yeah.
dry.
Hell yeah, dude. Hey, we are the premier tavern and theater.
Yes,
In
thank
theater.
They
you.
can just print more money.
They literally, well, they have, yeah, they literally use paper money here. So
Yeah.
How far we've fallen.
But all I'm saying, we got the best food, we got the best booze, we got the best beds. What more can you want?
And the
true.
best
Boobs.
music.
Sometimes.
okay, so oof. Is there anything I forgot for this downtime? Vazrai, you've been talking to people. No, you said you've been reluctant to talk to them because halflings exist on the ship's crew, correct?
Halflings, humans, and elves.
You don't like any of them? Wow.
Like,
Racist.
The thing is that all of them seem to kind of bring about a little bit of trouble right now.
All right,
And
so
after the
Vasray
humans,
is not talking to anyone.
Yeah,
Got
unless
it.
they approach her, she's a bit reluctant to talk to them because they could probably lead to a bit of trouble right now.
Well, they're not going out of their way to approach anyone. They seem to prefer to stick to themselves.
Then that is perfectly fine. I am busy going about my business anyway.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Busy businessing.
Busy business.
Well-
Deadly. So Vin and Nephis, you guys come home after a month at sea.
Are those
Honey,
freaks
I'm
still here?
home.
No, they leave. They're
God
gone.
damn it.
Fuck.
Barca Bullen's back though. They've just finished doing a trading run
I don't give a shit.
with the
Alright.
Salamanders in Salamander Island. They're hanging out. Their captain greets you, Nephis.
No.
Greets his
what's up?
fellow captain as you return. You just kind of like, paying respect to his equal, essentially.
Mike, what's up, homie? What's
Yeah.
good, nigga?
Yeah, it's that you know how when you like lock eyes with someone and they give you that nod, and you give them that nod.
Yes.
It's that, yeah,
The nod of respect. I don't
the captain's
show
nod.
my neck. Yes. I hide my skin. I put on my hijab.
Okay. This will be a little bit smoother for me if I can get an understanding of how long you guys would like to do downtime if there's longer than just a month, because I'm okay doing that. But just let me just finish one extra.
I thought we were just focusing on a month for right now.
Yeah, that works
Yeah,
for me if it works for
gather
runoff.
the peeps.
It works for me better. I
Like,
just want to make sure.
copy that.
Like one thing at a time here.
Yeah. Okay. We're good.
Vin would be very
Everything's-
curious about the guests and would ask them, or ask not them, but people around the island what they were like and where they came from.
For my own sake,
Hmm.
is there anybody Vinshenzo goes out of his way to not talk to, or is there anybody Vinshenzo does not deign to ask for information?
Pelial.
Pelial. All right. Well, he's not around right now. He's
Fuck that
basically
winged
like
freak, dude.
he's secluded himself / exiled himself to the Isle of Beasts, and he's hanging out there
Good.
doing alliance stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn.
Tarvians, I don't like
Dang
them
'em.
either.
Yeah, fuck 'em.
They should have been
White-
exiled, bro.
Nephis is the only Tarvian he's actually willing to tolerate.
And Nephis punched me. So
Ew.
he's on my shit list too, but not really.
You deserved it.
Damn.
You deserved it. Nephis feels bad though. Now. It's been
So
so
does
long. He
Vin.
missed you.
Okay, that's all I do.
All right. Well, not so. There's a few people in town. The Lodge Master seems to be the one who knows a decent amount because he was spending a lot of time interacting with the ship's first mate, who informs you is a man called Qali. He says he tells you he doesn't think it's his actual name. He thinks it's just a nickname that crew was calling it. It was the first mate, Qali, and Qali had mentioned that they had been sailing around for quite some time now, looking to find new people and new places to trade with for their place back home, which they mention as being a place called New Ravnica. And the Lodge Master shows you some of the different items that they came around to trade with. There's an entire new crate, and I say a crate of like 30 heavy crossbows that were traded in the armory, and they also have a decent pile of gold of all interesting
Whoa.
designs and shapes that was used because they bought a whole bunch of supplies and paid in actual coin, which
Wow.
Bellic the quartermaster says with a hint of emotion in his voice.
Whoa.
Money.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yes. But they didn't tell anyone where they were setting sail to, nor did Bellic ever speak to the ship's captain. But he says that they were known to spend a lot of time in the tavern, and that's pretty much all he's able to get.
Vin is mad that he missed these people. He would have snuck aboard to find where their port of call was.
Bellic shrugs his shoulders and he says,
They would never tell us where they came from, aside from New Ravnica. They would never say where it was or which direction to head.
Yes, well, I suppose I was assuming I was putting too much faith in the enterprising nature of the people of this isle.
Oh, it's not for lack of trying. I heard your wife was nearly dragged out of the room for being undiplomatic with the captain.
after he refused to tell her where he came from or give her the charts.
Vin narrows his eyes at him and says, "You dare insult her in front of me?"
I do not insult Lady Cairona, but sir, she is queen of this island and my chief employer.
You're spreading quite a vicious rumor.
It's not me who is spreading it. It is others who were in attendance there. But, my lord, I apologize if I delivered any offense.
You would be wise to stay such language.
He does not
no.
bow, but he nods his head slowly.
I know my place, lord.
Very good. That's all I do.
Okay. Is there anywhere else you go after that?
No.
All right. Nephis, you're back home.
Well, I go to gather all the lads, not for a proper council meeting, but to just gather them and ask them about their mental state, how their mental vacation has been, if they're ready to go on a voyage
Please
to
let
the
me out to sea.
north.
Okay. So you're gonna go visit with your chief champions.
Aye.
Hell yeah. All right. Well, Carlos, where are you at right now?
What time is it?
We'll say it's middle of the day, about midday.
At the tavern.
Oh,
Tavern.
yes.
All right. Nephis, who are you gonna look for first?
I would go to the tavern first.
All right.
Hell yeah.
So
Carlos
as
is
you're
one of the last
traveling,
lads.
as you're traveling to the tavern, Carlos will look at you for a moment. Is there what's your day of business look like? How does Carlos spend his time?
Shit, depends. He'd be at the tavern a lot, just kind of overseeing things, being around if people needed him. Every once in a while, he'd go and check on the brewmaster or check the kitchens, or, at the end of the day, he'd usually, well, not at the end of the day. Every once in a while, he'd go head up to like the guild master or something, check how things are going. But
Yeah.
that's more of
Do
like a
you-
weekly thing.
As an entrepreneur, out of curiosity, like would Carlos go looking for new avenues or new potential business prospects at the two other now colonized places that have like both the Isle of Beasts and Salamander Island, which are the only places you guys know. But there's regular ship travel between the two every few days, so at any point in time, it's kind of easy public travel at this point in time, especially for you
Yeah.
guys' notoriety. So if any time it goes
Since,
for everybody during an activity, if you want to just like go to one of these other places, you can. There's ship travel.
Yeah, since they're like established and known now, he'd probably send out like notices or pamphlets or something saying like, advertising their business, and also putting out there that they're looking for entertainers, for the theater when Vinshenzo's not up there.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
For the sake of your creativity producing these pamphlets, give me a roll of
Persuasion.
I would like to
Persuasion.
throw this out here. Vazray might, for a brief time, have interest.
In what?
Entertaining.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Ooh, shake that shit.
No, I'm gonna, if it's
Oh.
possible, probably. You guys probably wished it. No, the problem is
No.
that the tavern is fire. Or freaking, I mean, it is fire, yes. But
Hell yeah.
the problem is that I don't want to burn down the tavern. I
On
would like to
God.
use. I would like to if for any like performances, I would like to be able to use control flames to, like, for example, the brazier, make scenes and all that other stuff with the flame. Have a bit of fun with that. Maybe others might be entertained by such thing.
Who's the assistant entertainment coordinator when Vinshenzo's not around?
Not it.
I don't know if they ever designated that. It was always
Carlos?
Vin and Carlos.
If Vin didn't like indicate anyone, it would fall to Carlos to handle it.
Well, there you go, Bazrai. That's your that's the target of your sales pitch. But
yeah,
for the sake of this, you spent your month kind of hanging with your peeps.
Vin would only not be there when your mom and sister are in town, buddy.
God damn. But for the sake of this, so you're attending to your business, Carlos, middle of the day. It's the afternoon rush. The mine workers are here after their morning reprieve. And they're down having their meal. It's quite a lively spot. Ragus is going absolutely crazy behind the counter, cooking up a storm. And Nephis walks in after a month at sea.
I slam open the doors like a Western. Daddy's home.
You do actually receive a small like cheered greeting from a corner where there's a couple of fishermen who are having a midday pint.
Oh.
And as you slam open the doors, they look up and they see Captain Nephis, and they go, "Hey!" They raise a glass to you as you enter the tavern, and then they go back to their business.
How many people do we employ at this tavern right now? Is it just like
Carlos, Ragus?
Ragussy.
That's it, the brewmaster. But it's basically the two of you. Ragus right now does everything. If you wanna hire more staff, that's cool. But right now, Ragus basically is happily doing everything.
I would let Ragus know that if he needs help, we'd be open to hiring more people. But if he's fine, then we're fine, pretty much.
Oh, he's very eagerly happy. He sleeps in the kitchen most nights. He's got a little like bunk made out of like.
If he's living the dream, what am I to do, right? But if he's like ever like back in the kitchen, I'd probably be like at the bar, like serving drinks if necessary.
Well, at this point in time, you'd be probably behind the bar serving drinks when Nephis walks in.
Mr. Nephis, first one's on the house. Mr. Nephis, your drinks are on the house. What can I get for you?
I'll take a pint. Me and Vin are back from our voyage. How have things been settling here? How are you?
Oh, things have been good. Business has been good. It's helped me ease back into normality, if you will. Just dealing with everyday incidents, talking to everyday people, the common folk, and it's relaxing, not having to risk your life like that. But yeah, here, let me. What do we have right now on tap?
It's that same. So
It's like
on
the moonshine.
Tap, you've got the moonshine in bottles that are, however you want to arrange your bar. You have bottles of hooch. You have 2 or 3 different flavors now. Brewmaster has managed to essentially make banana medicine flavored hooch. What's that blue carousel or that like crazy like red berry, like a little bit of a nippy spice to it hooch. And then he's got one that's effectively just paint thinner. Paint thinner, and it's real smooth. Ragus sometimes he's got a half bottle that he keeps in the back of the kitchen in case there's any pots and pans that need like scrubbing extra hard and he needs to get that gunk off there. He like uses it to polish everything to a shine.
Outstanding, love it.
Yeah.
Is that pretty much all that's like?
Yeah, you
available
also
to the
have
public?
You also have that like nice fruity wine, and there is some beginnings of a mead that is on tap. So you have a small variety. You have
Is
like a
Khutula
corner
here?
store variety.
Yeah,
Khutula,
if we have mead,
Khutula absolutely is a regular in the evenings, and she brings down a book and watches whatever imitation act attempts to replace the vacuum that is Vinshenzo Cairona when he's not performing.
hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I offer Nephis one of the three, moonshine. So I'm assuming he's gonna want something hard because he's a hard guy.
Whoa.
There's the blue, the red, and there's the
Paint.
basically just alcohol.
I'll have the paint thinner.
Hell yeah. Carlos does some bar tricks, then he pours a nice tall glass for Nephis. Spins the bottle around, tosses it behind his back, that kind of stuff.
So,
You
think
sleight
you'd
of
be ready
hand.
to go into
I succeed.
be ready to be on a voyage soon.
Yes, I suppose it. I am getting a little restless here. After all we've been through, it is still strange to be in one place for too long. What do we have? What do we have in mind?
There's an island to the north we have yet to venture off towards. Me and Vin sailed around the Isle of Beasts, whatever the fuck it's called. I was going to see if the others are in the right state of mind to also accompany. Though there's very little of us now.
Perhaps we'll have to pull some fresh talent in, like with Vazarai.
Aye.
So, question for Chris. Well, I guess for whoever. Vazarai said that she'd be in the tavern every once in a while, and the fucking elf is always there.
Yeah, he sleeps there every night, at least.
Nephis and Vin were gone, so that's everyone.
You know what? Peleus would probably join Khutula if she went to spend the what you say, the evenings.
Evening with
tavern
mead
with
and a
the
book. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the
he'd
sake
probably
of
join
window
her.
dressing, the B team does come around a bunch too.
Hell yeah. Would I have any insight on how they're doing?
B team?
Mostly the people that were needing a rest. I'm assuming the B team is fine.
Yeah, the B team is fine. They didn't go through the same mental turmoil. They're a little bit more dogged about their experiences. They fall asleep and then it all wipes away. Yeah, I'm sure Xavier will read. He'll do readings. He would volunteer for that. But they spend time around the tavern. The people that you would probably need to roll insight on would be Vazarai, because Peleus. I guess you've been recovering for 120 years in outer space, so.
Oh baby.
That's
So I just
funny.
got 20 plus 6, so 26. For
You
insight.
have entirely upon the desires of Peleus and Vazarai to decide how much they're disguising their need for rest. If not, there's your window of insight.
So taking that into account, how does Carlos perceive you guys? As far as your mental state goes.
How fucked up are you?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Mental state, as in just how
Like
am I-
recovering from the hellscape that was the abyssal plane.
We're still thinking about Peter. We're still a little sad about the loss of Isaac, but we've mostly moved on from Isaac. Vazray.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
But otherwise, we're still saying prayers to Peter when we can. But otherwise, we seem to be doing all right for the most part. So, and mostly kind of pushed all the darkness that is, the abyssal plane off to the side if we can. I don't think we've heard any more whispers of Archaon, have we?
No, you have not.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Peleus looks pretty happy with the book he's reading, but he also seems fancy, like he has somewhere he wants to go.
All right. Anything else?
No, that's kind of what's on his mind currently.
Well, Mr. Nephis, I can tell you, Vazroy seems like she's coming along. She'd probably be up for another adventure. As far as replacing our numbers, there's this one elf fellow, Phineas or Peleus or something like that. Paul. He's been hanging out with Khutula as of late, and there's something about him. He seems like he wants more. He seems like he's not happy just sitting around every day reading a book. Perhaps he could be someone we'd ask about coming along.
If you're charging for a room every night, make sure, Peleus, that you're tracking your profits accordingly, or your expenditures accordingly.
Well, I ticked away 6 platinum, which is 30 days. If you
Fuck
need me
yeah.
to do more than
Nope.
that,
No, that's totally fine. As long as I know that you know that you're tracking.
Should I be
I'm
adding
happy.
that to my counter?
Well, yeah, you as the business owner just received 6 platinum pieces,
Hell yeah. I bite it.
or
Yeah.
whatever, how many.
yeah, 6.
Hell yeah.
It would have been 60 gold, so
Yeah.
probably 10.
Things are looking up.
All
So,
right.
yeah,
So
what-
Vazroy's in good health. You found a potential substitute for the
Potential
team.
new recruit.
Hell yeah.
Time to break them in.
Oh.
Oh no.
Tell me,
dude.
Nephis. I know you were not stuck there as long as we were, but how are you doing?
I've had time.
I imagine.
He
Is he?
kind of sits there and kind of blank stares and takes another sip of his drink.
Fair enough. What about Vin? He's been with you for a while now.
Am I
Any
here?
insight you can provide? Is he there?
I don't know.
Well, I will.
That's up to
I
you.
gave Nephis a chance to say what he was up to, and he was rounding up the troops. But I didn't give you a chance. But I'll ask you now. What would you have done as soon as you came ashore?
Probably seen his wife.
Yeah, and then he would go to the
You would have gone and seen your
tavern.
wife. All right, so we'll just say for convenience's sake that about this time you wander into the tavern. You went to see your wife. She was in the middle of a whatever you would call appointment. Like the wet nurse chick was there, the lady who monitors like pregnancy health. She was doing a checkup.
Oh,
She stopped the appointment, gave you a hug and a
Gross.
smooch, said welcome back, and then kept doing her thing.
Damn, this bitch gonna pop.
Well, it is an extra month of pregnancy along. I am tracking it.
Oh, you better be there for the birth, Vin, or so he'll help you.
I go
You'll
to
be
the
getting a lot of angry
tavern
text messages.
and leave her with the wet nurse.
I
All right.
wet
Well, you walk in,
nurse.
and Carlos and Vin are at the bar having,
Hell
Carlos
yeah.
and Nephis are at the bar mid conversation as you step in.
Well, there he is.
I offer to pour. Carlos offers to pour some of that wine that Vin seemed to like before for him.
Vin holds his
Oh.
hand out, shaking his head. Says, I've been made aware that we've had visitors on ships. A ship?
Yes, there were some traders that came by, and they were quite standoffish. They were willing to trade, at least materials, goods, that kind of thing. But They were very secretive about where they came from. We weren't really able to get them to open up about anything.
And nobody thought it prudent to find out where they hail from.
What would you suggest? I stow aboard their ship and disappear forever?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Sweet, sweet frog.
I don't have the abilities that you do, Vin. I can't just transmogrify myself into a beast and fly back home.
I would
If
find you, Carlos.
Would you?
Yes.
If you do not even know where they are, how would you find me?
I would find you, Mr. Carlos.
I would transmogrify myself into a beast.
Jesus
Find you.
Christ.
I would turn into a bloodhound and track you down by your stench.
Just remember, Mr. Carlos, I don't have to see you to touch you.
Oh.
Either way, Vin, if you're that concerned about where they're from, I'm sure they will return. They are interested in trade after all.
I will find
This
out.
wasn't our only opportunity to find out where they're from.
Well, that's a rather hopeful proposition.
How many times have they visited the island?
The once. So I'll give you a brief rundown on the story of the crew of the Moonlit Grace. So the Moonlit Grace, the crew of them, were held prisoner on the Isle of Beasts in the same camp that Nephis had found himself prisoner in. They were found and freed by the forces of the Alliance during the Battle of the Beasts, which was the culminating battle that rid the island of its largest beast horde. And as such, they were able to return to their ship freely. And after collecting themselves, they came to Port Horizon to get themselves sort of ready to go and sail on, reprovision, all that sort of thing. So the relationship that they've had with the Sanctuary Island residents has really been like, oh wow, thanks for saving us. Like, well, you really got us out of a jam here, but we got to keep going.
Faggots.
Maybe they'll be.
Oh,
Who knows?
Eh.
Did the council try to
The
get
council
some
did
kind of trade
in-
agreements going?
Yeah, they did their entire process. Amithray was the one who, at that point in time, she'd been erected reader. Peliel was down at the Isle of Beasts. He's the one who actually ended up doing most of the freeing and said hey, we got a settlement up there. He was the one who said go up there if you need something. And then when they got there, it was Roderick, Cleodor, whatever the fuck his name was, the Aurelian, who was the only one left with Amithray, who was queen at the time, and she pressed. She was nice, but the captain just wasn't giving her any more information beyond yeah, this is where we're from, this is my name, this is the name of my ship, this is our business, we're here, we're out exploring. And he was very polite, but wouldn't give more than that, stating that it was because they didn't really know who you guys are. They didn't really have much of an impression aside from the fact that you have a powerful army kind of thing. They're like,
Hey, thanks for saving our asses from being enslaved and or being sacrificed, but
we don't really
fuck
know
you guys,
who
we
you
don't
are
trust you.
beyond that. Yeah, we don't really know who you are beyond that. We're not going to tell you where our home is, but thanks for the help.
Clearly,
We'll trade
you
with
had the opportunity to also enslave us, and not free us, but taking that into account, we're not going to actually give you any points for that, because you could still be assholes even though you haven't done anything assholey. So
I don't want to put it across. Well, first of all, you guys weren't there, but second of all, the point was that the captain and the crew weren't trying to be standoffish when they were interacting. It really was one of those we're really grateful, we can't tell you this kind of thing like that. He wasn't being snobby, he wasn't being wary, he was being polite, he was answering all the questions except for that information.
Did they mention whether they'd be back or not?
They did not mention anything to anyone. They just said basically we're setting off to the sunset. We're going to the next horizon.
The wide horizons.
Okay, that's what we know.
Okay, buddy.
That's what the town gossip is been able to cumulatively gather from that. And given that you guys have the population of effectively a really small town, even the guards at the council meetings eventually talk to their friends, who talk to the butcher, who talks to the fisher, who talks to the guy at the market, who brings it up at the tavern after work having a pint.
Hell yeah.
So yeah,
Carlos just hears everything.
pretty much, yeah. Everybody hears everything at some point because of how quickly it bounces around. Like, half the reason that Amithray knows what's going on in your kingdom is because eventually it all goes to her maid, and her maid is a gossip. Sorry. Yeah, no, he is a very big gossip because all her maids are men.
Outstanding.
Except for the one looking at her baby. She's female. Anyways, yes, so that is, short story long, what you know of the ship Moonlit Grace.
Hell yeah.
Take break as well as hear Carlos's opinion on Vezrai's offer or not. Okay, sure. Oh yeah, it's 9 o'clock.
Whoa.
If you guys want to take a quick
Yeah.
bio break right now, we can keep pressing on until we get a little bit more situated. It's up to you guys. I'm happy either way. I could totally take a break. How are you guys feeling? Not
I
just
think I may get up for a minute.
I need water.
Yeah, I'm gonna get up for
We'll
just a
take a
minute.
break.
all right. Shall we do? It's currently 21:01 Eastern. Shall we come back at 21:11 Eastern? So 10-minute break.
Sounds good.
I can do
All
that.
right. We'll be back in
Yeah.
10 minutes.
Ugh.
Ugh. Good morning.
Hey. Oh shit.
Hey. help me recollect how many
What's
days
going
we've
on,
been at
guys? Welcome
sea.
back.
Lord. Whatever. Some for. Okay, screw it. I'm giving you a new name. Sir.
For whom?
The ship's mate of the Moonlit Grace.
Moonlight grape.
He's an elf. Oh,
Moonlit grape sword.
Moonlit Grape.
Help mom.
Oh, sorry. Is all that bleeding through?
No.
Close it anyway.
Bring out the whole ocean.
Bring out the whole ocean. Everyone back?
Bring out the
No,
lobster.
Night needs another minute or two.
Oh, no worries then.
Bring-
Night's mom needs help, dude.
Knight's mom's got back. We're
Okay. So I guess at this point you're all in the tavern. That's good.
we're all alcoholics.
All having lunch.
I didn't have a drink.
I said lunch.
Oh, you will.
No.
Oh, you will.
I would find Carlos. I would find you.
Outstanding.
I could find you anywhere, Carlos. Never forget.
Oh my god.
Okay, I'll be 30 seconds. Time me.
30 seconds. One Mississippi.
I'm here.
Damn, that was quick. That was a quick 30 seconds.
Tell him to bring out the whole ocean.
The whole ocean.
Bring out the lobster.
Oh, was that Vasrai? Oh, yeah, that's right. Vasrai offered. I'm actually curious, Carlos. Are you going to take Vasrai up on her offer to be the
To be an
stage
entertainer?
stage technician or whatever she wanted to do? She said she wanted to use her control fire to help make little effects and stuff using the braziers.
That sounds like a
In
fucking
the tavern.
problem, dude.
I would
Sounds
like
like a fire
Carlos would like a demonstration first, just to
It's a
see
private
that she had
show.
her fire and shit completely under control.
Outside.
Yeah, probably outside.
Underwater.
Not underwater. Outside, near like flammable objects, but not near anything that would spread it, so you can see if she has the control to prevent her fire from lighting those things on fire, if that makes sense.
Bye-bye, tavern.
No.
It was nice knowing.
Oh my
You
god.
instantaneously. So I'm just gonna read control flames because it's fun. So you instantaneously expand the flame 5 feet in one direction, provided that wood or other fuel is present in the new location. You can extinguish the flames, double or halve the area of bright light and dim light cast by the flame, change its color or both, and the change lasts for an hour. Cause simple shapes such as the vague form of a creature, an inanimate object, or location to appear within the flames and animate as you like. Shapes last for 1 hour. And it's cantrip. Now all you need is somebody who can constantly prestidigitation, and you will have like a full sound and light stage technical crew.
Prestidigitation, minor illusion.
Thaumaturgy.
Well, I have 3 of those.
Fucking shit, that'd be crazy. That'd be cool. Do bards have access to those spells? I would expect so, because they seem very bard.
Minor illusion, definitely. Thaumaturgy, I believe, is cleric unique, but I got it from a feat.
The light show bard. Oh man. Can't believe we're going. Maybe you guys go somewhere. You don't have to go north. I have other plans.
I'll go wherever the party wants to go.
Brown.
We'll wait for back to have something.
Tell them to bring out the
Do
whole
with
ocean.
Carlos. Whole ocean. What's that from?
Tell them to bring out the whole ocean.
I should have seen that one.
It's a mamation. It's a meme.
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 It's funny.
It's a meme.
You get it now, Mr. Krabs?
Oh hell yeah. It's gonna need to buy an entire like notebook specifically for Carlos's tavern profits.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
Bro, what?
Ah, perfect. Hello, Vazrai.
Sorry, I was
Oh.
helping mom bring in
That's-
groceries. It's fine.
Totally fine. That. So we're gonna kick off with you wanting to hear Carlos's opinion on your offer,
Yes.
which
What
we
does
won't have
Carlos
to. We
have
won't
to
do the entire thing at this very moment, but we'll at least hear.
Yeah. So Carlos is interested, but he'd like to see a demonstration first.
Problem is since the tavern's a wooden structure, I don't think it'd be safe. I'm interested in performing fire-based tricks and performances and all of that.
What?
So would be more concerned about burning down the tavern, if anything.
What?
Maybe if a brazier was outside.
Okay.
How interesting.
Why are you
What a
asking
coincidence.
Carlos for permission to do an outside performance then?
It's
I think it's
his
more like
business.
asking Carlos's permission to watch the outside performance.
I mean that too. Sure.
I don't know. I'm asking.
Oh well, fuck.
I mean, shit. If she's not comfortable doing it inside, I mean,
If not,
Carlos,
then that's fine.
if she's not comfortable doing it inside, then Carlos doesn't really care if she does it somewhere else.
Okay. Well,
You know, if she wants to do it outside the tavern, seems like that's kind of her business. I don't think we have like a stone terrace or something that we have.
You
So,
guys
I
have a
mean,
bridge because if I remember correctly, the concept of the
It's built
tavern
over the
slash-
water.
yeah.
it's built over the river
The
on
river.
the rate reference Port Horizon map. Basically, this river. Oh no, it was this river here. Sorry, is the river that you guys have built your tavern across, and so not only does it service the tavern, but it also serves as the bridge that leads out to the
hey,
western
I'm-
fields because this is a place where people work.
I'm just responding to the request. Like, if he doesn't want it, it's really fine.
Well, here's
I'm
the
not-
thing. Carlos is asking for entertainers inside the tavern, inside the theater, and then Vazra is like, well, I can do fire stuff, but I'm not comfortable doing it inside the theater. So now Carlos is wondering why she brought it up to begin with. Does that make sense? Am I the crazy one here?
No, you're
Yeah.
not. I just
Like,
don't bring down your-
If she was comfortable doing it inside and Carlos saw like a demonstration in a safe location and saw that she had control over her flames and wouldn't burn shit down, then that would be one thing that he'd consider, but or if she had a way of like magically protecting the area that she was going to be doing it in.
we can't extinguish the
Or
flames,
water.
but rather
Oh,
Yeah.
water.
You know,
Magically
out
It's
the
throw
really-
a bucket of
it's
water.
really no problem. I'll just continue about my business.
Perfect. I love it. All right, so moving onwards from that, you guys are all gathered together, and Nephis and Carlos and Vin are having a chat. Actually, I don't know if I think Vazrai is the only one. Oh no, Vazrai is there for lunch. Yeah, sorry, everyone's
We're all
there.
there.
You're all there.
Mm.
Nom.
That's what I'm
I'm
saying.
enjoying my food.
Perfect.
I finished mine.
I
He's
believe
leaving.
when we left off, Vin was asking about the visitors? Question mark? I can't remember.
I
Before you
think
guys
that
got
had
down
pretty
there.
much concluded.
Okay. Well,
I told Carlos that I can find him anywhere.
Well, how did your explorations go? I've not
It's
seen you in
Vezrai.
quite some time. Yes, I'm down here. Hi.
Oh,
Vazra, I can interest you in a drink.
That was
Yes.
just Carlos.
Carlos offers her the variety they have,
hell yeah.
which is pretty much moonshine, like just alcohol, blue alcohol, red alcohol, which is like, I'm not sure if you have the blue cacao or whatever. How do you pronounce? I don't know how to pronounce that, but it's basically like a tropical shit. And then the red, I think, was like a berry thing.
We'll try the berry thing.
All right, he pours her a glass of
sorry,
red alcohol.
there's a banana one. There was a
banana one.
yeah, there was a banana one, like a sugary, almost raspberry-esque one in terms of its flavor, and then there was the paint thinner for those.
Okay. So yeah. So yeah, I think he still gives her the
Yeah, we'll
Pretty
try
one.
that.
do a con save now.
Takes 1d4 radiant damage from berry juice. What the fuck? Stuff is made from the gods.
Hell
Mm.
yeah.
DM, I have some questions, unless there's something we wish to discuss here in the tavern. It doesn't seem like anybody really wants to talk about anything
I mean,
right
you guys are, for the most part, aside from Peleus, well, I don't know if Vazarai has actually like sat down with the other three, but for all sakes and purposes, you guys are only chatting. So if you wanna, it's up to you if you want to just turn
I've
around and
been
leave and go
busy,
do something
so
else.
I probably haven't seen them in a while.
No, yeah, it depends on how much. So for the past month, it would have depended on how much Vazarai actually bothered visiting the tavern, because that's where she would find Carlos most of the time.
Probably
And-
once a week.
And that's where Peleus hangs out when he's not reading books. He's basically spending his time reading and getting to know Khutula better.
Yeah, it would have been only once a week at best.
Yeah, and I actually think that well, depends on how Vazarai would react meeting to, or if she would interact with Khutula as well. But that's where you would have met
It's
Khutula, if at all.
It's Dragonborn. We would be more than happy to meet Dragonborn.
Feathery godkin. Anyways,
Hell yeah.
yes. So that's kind of the state of your being. This is how you've been past month. You haven't seen Nephis or Vinshenzo at all. They've been gone.
Yeah,
they're
but
now
they went on
back.
an expedition,
We're
so
back.
Yeah.
there was only so much that I could really. But yeah, now that they're back, it's like, hey, you're back.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So,
Hopefully it turned up things that, hopefully you found something valuable, interesting, and fun out there. Hopefully no more
No.
roving demons.
Vin shakes his head.
Well, that's at least a reassurance. No random portals that are trying to swallow the hull.
No.
Good.
Not a lot, but we were seeing, we're gathering people to have a voyage north to another island. Perhaps you may want to come along.
Tell me more of this island.
No, there's not much to say about it. We haven't been
And I
there
might
yet.
be interested. Well,
Aye.
so for the sake of knowledge, because I know this is IRL months ago, sake of your regular knowledge, you look up here at the collection of big maps. This is the north that is being referenced. This is one of the islands that Vinshenzo had discovered in his exploration on Rabbit. There was this one, and then there was this one. This one hasn't been visited yet.
And I saw something to the
I thought this
north
was Beast
over
Island.
here.
Yes, and you saw something.
This island is south.
The
Oh.
Beast Island is south. It's not on this map, which is my fault for not having updated it, but it's south over here.
Yeah.
What you know about this sort of archipelago here up in the north is Vinshenzo, during his scouting, had seen that there were houses and other signs of civilization, but there was no life. And while he was flying around, that had swayed his decision between like reporting back on this one versus this one. So Salamander Island actually looked like it, and that's why you guys went there instead of the other one. Yeah.
Then I pull out my own map and lay it on the counter. Well, there's these two islands. Vin said he scouted this one a while back. But if we all remember when we were at the island with the dragon, there was one farther north that we have yet to visit.
That I saw. I saw
Aye.
that one.
Is he quiet to anyone else?
I saw that
He's-
one.
it's
Quiet,
deliberate if
hello?
anything.
No,
He's
it's
deliberate.
not.
Eyes on it.
Quiet.
Yeah, there's a different, yeah.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, is this normal?
Yeah,
I honestly think it's just because you were physically speaking quietly.
yes.
Yes.
That's literally what was going on.
Literally.
You wish to explore these islands north of here.
That is my proposal. Aye.
Bazari doesn't seem particularly interested up front. When do you plan to depart?
Nephis leans back and looks to Carlos and Vin. Well,
Finn
when
shrugs.
do you lot think you'd be ready?
I'd be probably ready whenever. Just have to make sure things are taken care of here, and we can go.
3 days. He smacks his fist on the counter.
Sounds good to me. Are we interested in asking that one fellow, the elf?
You were talking about them. Have yet to meet them. Perhaps you can
Perturabo or
approach them.
something. I forget his name.
Perhaps
Bravo.
I've only briefly
Either
seen them.
Turbo.
Otherwise, I've been so focused on taking care of duties and all of that around here.
Finn
So,
shrugs.
duties.
He doesn't seem very social.
Aye.
Well, I wouldn't say that exploring islands may be something he'd want to go and do necessarily. It is a rather interesting request. But I will need a little bit of time to decide on that, but I think I have more business I'd like to take care of here for now.
More business. It's been a month.
Well, yes.
Yes, I would probably be eating. Which brings us to another question. How much would food cost me?
All of your gold. Sorry.
Yeah, how much you guys been charging for food?
I have no idea.
What's the sale tax on this food? Yeah.
You leave it
You
up
tell
to
me
the
how
chef.
much. How much? Like, if we're a comfortable establishment, how much do you think food would run at a place like that? You're the DM of this world. I'm not quite sure.
So I've cleverly,
Yeah.
because of the fact that okay, do you want short story long or long story short?
Short story.
Short story short. The economy is based on the same prices in the PHB for your guys' island. So in terms of food and all that kind of standard stuff, I'll give you the average price for a meal and how much you guys would be like expecting to pay. Let's look at the fucking equipment section here.
A ration is 5 silver, I believe.
57, yeah, but I'm looking for expenses in the PHB.
It's in the DMG, I think, and it would be 8 silver for comfortable. Oh no,
So
that's in-stay. Shit, I did it wrong. Meal would
What?
be 5 silver.
For comfortable?
Yeah.
Are you guys looking to create comfortable establishment, or are you higher quality than that? 'Cause that would also
Well, Vin
Then
would
become
want
your
higher
price average.
quality, but Carlos doesn't. Yeah.
I like how Vin's immediately telling me what I want, even though we've never discussed it before.
You know you want it.
Let's
sorry.
say that because you guys have been gone and not really been around to establish prices, the fact that this has happened, you've been open for months, and Ragus and the Brewmaster have been effectively left to try and figure things out.
Yeah.
They've been charging comfortable rates. So the as Vin said, about 5 silver for a meal.
So Carlos should be fine with that, considering it is like a comfortable rate. If I know Vin wants this to be more upscale, and if we actually manage to get the tavern and stuff like more extravagant, with like its decorations and that kind of stuff, then something to review in the future.
Well, so I'll tidbit this out just for the sake of it, because you already made that super good roll for sending out pamphlets with the trade ship and all that kind of shit for advertising your tavern and saying like, "Hey, come stay here," and how well it went. Like, business opportunities could be coming. There might be a positive effect very soon.
And there's always the possibility where we could have different classes of room as well.
I mean,
like a
you guys
VIP
are also
suite.
free to invest and improve and renovate and expand on your business as well. Like, you have that freedom and liberty and coins.
And coins.
If it's five silvers a meal, and he'd probably do 2 meals a day, that'd be
No,
gold a
5
day
silver
extra.
a day
Oh.
for like a day's worth of meals.
Yeah, because you're living in that tavern.
Oh, okay. I thought it was per meal. Well, in that case, it's 15 gold.
Over the course of a month, yes. And this is quality food.
Quality.
Got some schlop.
Yeah, we have a professional chef and everything.
Yeah, even though Vin hates him,
I do.
but he does
What
his
do you
job
do?
well.
Well, you get 5 gold and another platinum then for your profit.
Hell yeah.
What'd he do?
He's a goblin.
He's a goblin.
Oh,
racist.
ugh.
Vincenzo is slightly less racist than Vazarai.
This is the goblin that slept in your bed, Nephis.
Oh, I'm sinking my ship.
I'll be right back, like 2 minutes.
I found the boat.
Nephis is going down with his ship.
Yeah, it was there, right?
Yeah, it was on the big world map. There, you guys are there. Clone.
But yes, unless you truly wish me to join you on this scouting trip, I'm trying to do a bit of mending of my reputation here, so trying to help the locals a little bit more. Try to get to know them more.
I see.
Yes, I haven't been
The
around
offer
here
will
as
still
much
stand.
as...
You have 3 days to make up your mind.
Of course. And thank you for the offer.
He nods and turns back towards the others and waits for Carlos Santiago's puppet master to come back. Slither his hand back into Carlos.
Got the little AFK title above him.
Okay. Deadly.
That's
3
what I
days. So you say you're leaving in 3 days. Is that effectively the end of that conversation? I know Carlos said he had things to do, but I'm just curious about sort of the state. Or is it
Yeah,
dependent
pretty
on
much
what
he's
you-
just gonna ask Carlos to talk to Paul.
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 Nephis and Vin, what are your intentions over the next 3 days?
Waiting to ship out.
Preparing the ship. Buying or like procuring and buying a month's worth of supplies and
I'm back.
Hello.
servicing his ship. Nephis is
All right.
servicing.
Servicing. What?
Servicing.
Yes.
Okay.
Did I miss anything important?
No, we're just sort of
You have a collect
catching
call.
all sides up to current time. And for sake of it, Vazarai, what do you intend to do over 3 days? Just your sort of projected.
We're still considering the offer, but we're most likely going to be going towards no. We're not going to be going. and we'll most
Okay.
likely be focusing on trying to help the Dragonborn, the dwarves, the kobolds here, maybe other things around town.
What do you mean by helping them? So that I get a better grasp of.
Do they need help with constructions? Do they need help with just taking care of a couple of
This
things
motherfucker.
like
Oh, so you're just going around to like individuals and asking if they have any like side jobs that they need done, kind of thing. Like,
sure, why fucking not?
okay,
So,
just as long as I understand.
would Carlos see this at any point?
Sorry, we were just preparing plans for 3
Okay.
days because I know Carlos, you have something that you wanted to do and you had to.
Did I?
I think so. I think you were going to talk to the strange elf.
Talk
Strange
to
elf
me,
that you're
damn
I
it.
didn't say I
for-
was going to. I said somebody should.
Okay, well, we're
Nephis
still at
said
this
that you
point in time
should.
where you're all standing and talking
Okay.
to each other. So,
Yeah, then I guess I'll be talking to the elf.
okay, so you're going to go do that.
Or yes, so.
All right,
I've been
well, let's do that right
voluntold.
now.
You know so.
Well,
You're all
seeing
standing in the
Carlos-
tavern for all sakes and
Yeah.
purposes.
I'm sitting.
Still.
We're all still here. Okay. So since everyone's interested in the elf and nobody's been like, hell no, Carlos is gonna get the elf's attention and see if he's interested in coming over to talk to them all. At this point, would he be aware of like who all of they were, like the vagabonds, pretty much?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, you're kind of
Kind of a big deal.
famous. You're kind of a big deal, and I've been hanging out with Khutula.
Hell yeah. So yeah, do you come over?
Yeah, I close my book and I take it with me. And I come over.
Does he have this
Yes.
strange creature still with him? I'm kind of curious.
He would be seated at the table I was. He would have stayed behind.
So Carlos would reach over the bar with a hand and be like, Carlos Santiago, I don't believe we've ever been properly introduced.
I take the hand, not really sure what to do with it.
Carlos does the shaking motion for him.
Kind of just follows
Nephis
along.
looks
And
at
just
Vin
Peleus. Menendon.
yeah.
with an unsure.
Peleus, that's what it was. So I've noticed that while you've been staying here, you've seemed sort of restless, like you're a man prone to wandering. Would you say that's right?
Yes, I'm a seeker of knowledge, and while Miss Khutula's library has been quite a joy to read through, I do want to go out and explore.
I'll have a fine proposition for you then. You see, as I'm sure you're aware, we are down one of our veteran members, unfortunately. So we are looking to see if there were any other interested parties looking forward to exploring some of the islands further to the north. You seem like you're capable of taking care of yourself. Have you been in danger before?
Oh, countless times.
Well, that's the kind of person we're looking for. We'd be leaving on Captain Nephis's ship here. Would you be interested in joining us on an expedition?
I would, but I probably want a bit more information.
Carlos would look at Nephis.
He'd pull his map out again. Well, you see, we've explored this island over here. But there's two other ones who we've yet to make landfall on. This one and this one. I'm leaning towards the one we haven't set foot on yet. Or haven't really scouted yet. What awaits us there, None of us know.
I would like to do a survival roll to kind of estimate what kind of length it would take to travel there by boat, like by like a standard boat.
Yep, for sure.
But this isn't just any standard boat. This is the Wide Horizons.
God fucking damn it.
Oh, that's a 9.
Well, that's a good start.
Ooh, a 9.
Wait,
You
no, that's 5. Sorry.
Basically, as you're thinking about it, you get so excited that you overthink it, and you start like taking into account all of the factors that might be considered based on the information that you the discovery that you would learn during your drifting. And you, taking into that count, you can surmise it could be anywhere between like 7 days to a month, based on tidal factors and arcane spillage and all sorts of numerous potential consequences and calamities that could be made up of in such a place.
Spillage.
Turn to Nephis, was it? I take it you have procured supplies for this trip already.
I'll be doing that within the next 3 days.
Good. I shall go and confer with my assistant over there, and then shall get my things in order. But yes, I would very much like to join you on this.
He looks over to who you're talking about. Are you talking about Khutula? Or pointing towards her?
No, his robot.
My robot.
He's got a robot.
Oh.
And Nephis, I'd like you to roll Arcana.
What a strange
Oh.
person.
Disgusting creature. It's not natural. A 14.
You are familiar with the architecture of this model. It's something that you pulled out of a workshop once upon a time, a long time ago.
Oh.
It resembles the same craftsmanship that was put into that little mechanical servant from that dwarf.
Holy
in
shit.
English mountains.
Did we find part of this guy's workshop way back then?
No.
Oh.
Maybe.
No.
Who knows?
No,
I mean-
but same origin, I guess.
Yeah, same origin.
Nephis kind of snarls his nose upon seeing the machination and turns away from it.
Oh.
Right then. Well,
Hmm.
seems like matters
Wow.
here are settled. I suppose we'll meet at the dock in 3 days hence.
Aye. Like I
Any
said,
particular
I'll be
time of day?
preparing the ship.
I imagine we'll be leaving in the morning, right,
Morning.
Captain?
Aye.
Well, I will see you then.
Excellent. We look forward to having you.
Huh. What a strange person.
Kind of nod and walk away.
Aye.
Oh,
To be fair, there aren't many normal people in our group.
The hells was that creature?
What's that
Nephis
supposed to be,
raises his eye
Mr.
and
Carlos?
looks at Vin. I think he's referring to himself.
Yes.
Hmm.
Vin narrows his eyes.
Anyhow, I'll begin preparing the ship.
Any company
To,
is good company.
I'm going to return to my business.
Oh,
All right.
you're still
I'll
here,
catch up with
Vassalor.
you.
Yes, I was rather stunned by the strange creature that was accompanying this elf. I don't exactly know what that is.
You know, Vezra. What'd she say before that she'd consider going, but
Considered going, yeah, but otherwise was not particularly interested.
you know, Vezra, your people, they've been getting on pretty well in your absence. I think you worry about them too much.
Ooh.
Perhaps. But ever since I returned, it seems that my reputation is a bit of a problem right now.
Reputation how?
Well, at least in the eyes of Amerthray, the queen, I feel that I probably should find a way to repair that.
She doesn't like anyone. I have a feeling
So
she
I can
barely
tell.
tolerates Vin.
Also, Miss Pinefall, you must consider that elves, even the most foolish of elves, are smarter than the brightest of your sort. He will be good
Wow.
company.
Casual racism, love it.
And apparently your charisma is just appalling. And she gets up from her
I do not know what you mean.
Yes, I'm sure you do. And she's gonna go ahead and walk out, just ignoring Vin.
Aw, shucks.
Are you trying to make enemies, Vin?
I was just saying the lad would make good company. We elves live for 1,000 years. Such time grants such wisdom. You see, Mr. Carlos.
Well, I'm pretty sure she took what you said as an insult, so she's probably less likely to go with us now.
I was trying to color in the opportunity before her.
Well, perhaps you should try again before she gets too far. The more people we have with us, the better our odds for success.
Of what task exactly?
This expedition, we have no idea what we're walking into.
Yes. So Miss Pinefall would be she'd be missing a great opportunity. That's my point.
I think she missed your point. Perhaps you should try again.
Vin shrugs.
Oh,
I don't
missed
know.
that one.
I don't know what you're referring to, Mr. Carlos.
You insulted her race's intelligence. You cannot be this thick, Vin.
I was just saying to be in such bright company would be a blessing.
I'm not, Vin. I'm not arguing your message or your point. I'm saying your delivery could use some work.
Vin shrugs.
Unreal. Well, can I get the chef to get you guys some food while you're here?
No,
I
take a
already
meal to
ate.
go. I have preparations to make.
All right.
Vin
I'll let him know.
says to Carlos, "You must have come into some money recently. Why don't you offer some payment to the fine lady?"
Vassalor technically doesn't have a job right now, so
Technically, no, yeah.
Well,
what else is working?
maybe in a ways. We are making a good profit.
Yes.
I have considering maybe putting some of that money back into the community. Maybe she would be interested if we put some of that towards the kobolds.
That's what I'm saying, Mr. Carlos. You in charge
I
of the
don't want to pay.
finances and everything?
Thanks, well.
Put your
And
money where
I'll
your
try
mouth
to run into her
is.
in the next couple days and see what she has to say.
And who knows, Carlos? Never mind.
Carlos raises a brow.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have the man of a the brain of a man or the brain of a kobold. I'll
My
leave.
mind is still my own, Vin.
Oh, then never mind. Hell yeah.
Carlos shakes his head and goes into the kitchen to get something to go for Nephis.
Hell yeah, Ragus is there just finishing up the last order he's had to fill, and he wipes his little brow with a checkered handkerchief.
Ah! It's the boss! How can I help you?
Hard at work, I see, as always. Just a nice little meal to go for Captain Nephis, if you don't mind.
His eyes light up.
Captain Nephis, eh? Oh, I've just the thing. Catch of the day, we have one still left, the biggest one. I'll get it cooking right away.
And he scampers off to the salt docks up back, and he comes back with a very large fish. And he gets to dressing it up and filleting it and just cooking.
Hell yeah. While he's working, I asked him if there was if he had a chance to work on any of those rations that he mentioned about a month ago.
He artfully sprinkles some sea salt across the fillet of fish, and he winks at you.
Of course I did. I'm a miracle worker. You must go look in the cellar. Go take a look. There's an entire pallet of rations for you. I've used all of the extras and a few special ingredients too. You should enjoy it quite a lot.
Oh, you are indeed a miracle worker, Ragus.
He gives you another big wink.
Cooking is my specialty. And now that you've given me a home to cook, I'm happy to provide.
Ah, yes. As it is right now, looks like we're about to be off on another expedition in a few days.
He almost like shivers from shock in elation. He's
An adventure! Do you have need of a cook? I promise I can cook at sea. And I'm handy on the ground. I know how to acquire all sorts of local ingredients, and I know how to make medicines and tinctures too. I promise I'd be a happy addition on your expedition. I've been meaning to come and find some new ingredients to come back and use in the kitchens.
Well, I suppose with the profits we've been raking in, we could stand on allowing you a little vacation if it were. But I think it depends more upon Captain Nephis's thoughts on the matter. It's
I've
his
functioned
ship
as a
after
ship's
all.
cook in the past. I was on my last voyage where I went to this Isle of Beasts. I served for them and cooked for the crew. If he has need of a cook, I'd be happy to serve.
Well,
I know
perhaps
how to pull my weight on a ship.
Perhaps that meal you're cooking now might influence him, if you know what I mean.
Well, I best get back to work then.
and he applies with gusto. He goes around gathering a couple herbs, slaps a skillet on the range, and he gets to cooking like the mad little goblin he is.
I'm about to piss Vin the fuck off.
Hell yeah.
And it's yet to be seen if Nephis will help me with this.
Depends on how good the food is.
Exactly.
Oh
if this
man.
little shit can make good food, he might be able to stay.
Ooh. Yes, Peleus would be aware from his month on the island that there is a place in town called the Lodge Masters Guild, which is essentially responsible for the entire logistical infrastructure of not only Sanctuary Island, but now also extend and beyond in the local territory. They handle the money, they handle supplies, they handle goods and services, all sorts of different exchanges. They're basically like your one-stop shop outpost for trade and all that.
Sorry, my brain went full retard for a moment there, and I only caught like half of that.
Okay, it's okay. So the Lodge Masters Guild handles basically everything, infrastructure and economy. So if you need to exchange coins and such like that, you can do that. You can also withdraw bank notes because they do have promissory notes. Oh no, sorry, you're not allowed doing that because they're trying to destroy them as fast as possible. So sometimes you might get paid in promissory notes, but you can exchange them for coin.
Hell yeah, dude.
You can also that's where you would go and buy a lot of like your provisions and supplies and stuff. So rope, climbing gear, all that kind of shit, rations, torches. Lodge Master, or yeah, the Lodge Masters Guild or the Guild Masters Lodge is where all that happens. And fun window dressing. There is now a guild house on the Isle of Beasts. Oh, and because of that,
Whoa.
I've been needing to say this, and this is kind of big because I forgot about it. Because of that, you guys are now able to buy horses.
14th.
Because there were horses there, and horses are still there, and they can obviously put horses on boats and bring them back here, and a few other livestock mammals. But that's not for right now. But yeah, so that's the thing. Anyways, carrying on. So I'm gonna bang this out real quick because this matters, and then we'll go to Vasserai. So after a couple minutes, feverishly cooking in the kitchen, the little goblin chef comes out personally, presenting a platter to Nephis, and on it is a steaming fillet of halibut that stretches across the entire platter, and we're talking about like a proper serving dish, and it almost is draping over the sides. The fish itself, like the head and the tail, are still on, but what he's done is he's like taken out the bones and kept the fillet itself as if you're looking at sort of like a cross cut of a fish. Diced along the fish are a series of lemons and limes dressed with dill, and there's rice that fills the rest of the dish, along with a few other like citruses and accent vegetables. And he presents it to you, positively aglow, and he says,
For you, Captain Nephis. Fresh caught just today, the biggest we had in stock. I hope you like it.
and he gets off his little box that he uses to put food on the bar, and he like stands back, and he's got his hands clasped, and he's watching you very patiently but very eagerly. You have a little silk napkin with utensils and everything. He's set out the whole little bar spot for you.
Nephis nods his head. This looks fantastic. And then he starts digging into it in his manner, using his hands instead of utensils, really. And upon eating it, how would you say the meal would rate? Is it like actually like a decent meal?
Yeah, he's a legitimately good. This is a professional. Like, he would be effectively like a 5-star Michelin chef. He comes from the big city, and he's come out here like cooking. So he did a pretty good job, I would say. I'm not trying to like toot his horn, but a reasonable person eating this meal would enjoy it.
Upon eating
or
the
an average
meal,
person.
Nephis grabs a pick and begins cleaning his teeth. Say, you're that same goblin that was on my ship that once.
It was. I've also been cooking all your meals for the past few months for the rations. I did some time on the ship when I was exploring. I was a ship's cook. I was kept the crew fed. I also know my way around some of the sails and knots. I'm a hard worker. I'm very happy to be here.
And he looks over at Carlos Santiago, and then he looks back at you, Nephis, and he says,
I really hope you enjoyed the meal. I put a lot of effort into it.
It was fantastic.
You know, Nephis, who's actually offering to come aboard and be our personal chef for the expedition if you were wanting that, just with your permission.
Not to sound bitter, I've had my run-in with goblins, but you seem cut from different cloth.
He bows his head and asks permission to tell his story, Captain Nephis. I won't actually tell it like one to one, but I'll give. So he tells you that he was actually an orphan that was found and raised among elves. The elves of the. I have this written down somewhere. He was raised as an orphan as a ward of what he calls the Selesnya Conclave, and he worked in the Conclave kitchens as a child, helping to feed the poor, and that's where he gained a passion for cooking. And he says he entirely appreciates your views of goblins, because even where he came from, goblins were looked down as troublemakers. But he assures you, he says,
I was never raised among my kind. I was raised among elves, and I've learned delicate politeness. I understand. I look like a goblin, but I promise you, I'm not like the others.
and he
leaning back in the chair and continuing to clean his teeth, he looks at Carlos and says, "It's none of my business, but he is your only chef."
He pipes up really quickly, and he says,
I have some friends from the guild kitchens. They're adequate cooks, and they've actually helped me a time or two when you've been gone on your adventures. I'm sure they wouldn't mind stepping in for coin, but if I'm going on your trip, I wouldn't expect to be paid as cook for the tavern."
Well, if
Sounds
you'd
like
like
a
to
good
tag
deal to me.
along, we are hard pressed for numbers.
he jumps for joy and like runs into the back before anyone can give him a chance. Before he can give anybody a chance to tell him no, he like races into the back, and you can hear him start like throwing pots and pans and shit in a fucking big giant backpack.
Carlos would yell after him, "You have 3 days."
He's busy packing.
Okay.
Oh,
Was Vin here for that?
As far as I know, I don't think Vin left. That's up to Vin.
Were we able to piss off Vin?
Perhaps.
I don't think I
Any
was there.
chance? Where did you go?
I said I was like saying farewell and everything of where I was going to Amathray.
Oh, right, you're gonna go hang out with your wife. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeez.
So he wasn't there to witness this.
Raised by elves. That's the story that I had not heard from him.
He has told the well, it doesn't matter.
Oh,
He's got a
never
little. I gave him a little blurb, but I never like told the story in session. So yeah, his little blurb story is that he when his section of Ravnica is ripped away during their equivalent of the Cataclysm, he earned passage aboard a ship that was headed out to trade when somebody had managed to cobble one together, and he worked as a ship's cook. But his purpose for going out and exploring is that he's developing a guidebook to find all of the safe plants and animals to eat across the realm and how best to cook them.
Hell yeah.
So that's why he's out there. But yeah, he I guess other people would have like probably spoken to him, those who were not quite so afraid of his
Appearance.
they weren't as racially prejudiced, but I'm not saying that in a pointed way, just in
You
a
should.
factual way.
I've been raped by a few goblins.
Hey,
Let's be
look,
honest.
look, you cross the street when a goblin's on the other side for a reason at night, and we can all accept that. He accepts it too. I mean, he straight up said it. So my point
I
is
put on my
that
brass knuckles.
I put him up, bro. Give my fucking knife out. You better be crossing me. Anyways, yeah. So that's his like his backstory. He just likes cooking shit. But he also does have an understanding of how to mix together like medicines and other stuff. His knowledge goes just a little bit farther beyond cooking than meets the eye. Anyways, yeah. So that's him. That's Ragus.
Hell yeah.
He's gonna pack for 3 days and continue to work for the few days that he's there. I'm gonna jump over to Vazarai real quick, unless there's something between you and Nephis, Carlos, that you guys want to finish. Totally up to you.
I
I
don't
don't
believe so.
I don't think
Alright,
so
so-
either.
Carlos, what are you spending the next 3 days doing?
Probably just making sure everything is gonna be good for the tavern. Oh yeah. Also, he would want to talk with Vazarai.
Oh. Okay, well that perfectly leads me into my next question is Vazarai, what are you up to? You said you're going off to try and build your reputation by doing side jobs for Dragonborn and dwarves.
Well, we were going to consider that, but we're a little insulted by Vin for the moment.
Yes, we're insulted by Vince. What do we do when we are feeling insulted?
We are probably either going to enjoy a little bit of isolation, or we're actually going to go considering camping in nature for a bit, just to get the hell away from town, and
Okay,
then come back. Kind of have something a little relaxing, hopefully.
so which one are you going to do?
I think we
Kind of
may
matters for
actually
the sake of
consider.
Carlos.
I think we may actually consider the camping trip, though.
All right, does Vazarai tell anybody that she's going to go camping?
No, not right now. I mean, it's not like we're just immediately picking up and going, but we are going to go ahead and get ready to go. So we're probably back at our place where we have been sleeping for a while.
Okay, so that's where Carlos might find you as you're packing up to leave.
Yeah, the quarters that she usually sleeps at.
All right, and action.
Okay, so where does she usually sleep? Like with all the other kobolds or what?
Yeah, there's 2 kobold
Yeah.
longhouses that are essentially used for communal living. The entire clan lives together in these 2 longhouses.
Yeah, she'd be at one of these.
All right, Carlos walks into the longhouse. Does anyone react to him being there?
There's a lot of
Probably the
man,
hero
this is
bulbs.
going to be very interesting. I have a
You're the
question for
hero.
Carlos. Just in general,
Okay.
being the fact that you are a kobold but you're not a kobold, how much time do you think you would spend, if any, just trying to like sort of familiarize yourself with your new kin? Do you think you would interact with them much at all? Go out of your way to like see what it is to be a kobold?
Well, he was never really like prejudiced against kobolds to begin with, so
No.
he didn't really have any like negative perceptions about them. So he would probably like at first, he would be like watching them from afar, kind of just like seeing what they do, how they live, that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But then, he might put himself in situations where they would come upon him or interact with him just to see how that goes. Just like, oh, hey, I was just in the neighborhood. But the whole, like, not being able to speak Draconic, he feels like it kind of, like, drives a wedge between him and, like, the community.
You're definitely the white guy in the Latina suburb.
Pretty much. But he did save, like, their hero, like, 3 times, so maybe that's a little bit of something.
You are a hero. You have saved us from drowning out there. You would be praised. You would
For the
be.
sake of a DM note, like this is Vazarai's comment, not necessarily like the global reaction
truth,
of all
yeah.
kobolds.
But that's probably what she'd be telling them, like, hey, he's
oh yeah,
a really good
she's
guy.
like telling them that for sure, but they're
And
not
I
like.
also would like to say that remember, like the day before or whatever, or something during like that month, I did commend
Yeah, you're commending
too.
him. Yeah, you're commending him all
So
over
yeah,
the place.
I literally basically told about his heroism and everything. Like
Vazarai behind your
You're
back, or
invited
maybe
to
even
the
in front of your
cookout.
face, has been singing your praises and telling all of the other black people that you have the N-word pass. So you're pretty
my
cool, and like
fucking lord, dude.
when you show up to effectively
dong.
describe the situation that you walk into, Have you ever been to summer camp?
No, but I mean, I've seen
Movies
What
of
they're
summer
like?
camp?
the only camp I've ever been to was like
The military.
it was a big field trip,
Yeah.
and we went to like it was like Wolf Lodge or something. It was up in Minnesota,
Yeah. Okay.
and
well,
it was
take that-
basically this. It was basically
that-
where you'd
Yeah, you take that memory, that idea of like you being a kid in like a shit ton of kids in a residence that built for adults, and the size difference between all of the shit in there and all of the kids. Multiply that by like, there's basically like 100 kobolds
Like Big Town.
just in this longhouse that's designed.
a
Yeah,
little
they're all
lamplight in
small.
Fallout.
they're all small in a longhouse that is built for like Drow and humans. So they have a shit ton of space, and it's just like decorated with sheets and curtains and little carvings in the wood, and there's 800 million hammocks all over the place, and there's little like baby kobolds running around all over the fucking place, and people are like not hanging off the rafters, but it's communal living. They're all
Okay.
here, all the smaller families and clans and shit. So you basically walk into chaos.
Oh
Not
my.
like loud, crazy chaos, but it's just like vibrant,
Just
alive.
life.
You've come into the den. Family chaos.
everyone's just living their life in there almost.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay. So he
Wow.
walks in, he sees all this. Does anyone like approach him or say anything about him? Do they look
Yeah.
at him?
You get looked at. You get greeted respectfully. Well, like very like formal, professional, respectfully, where everybody's like having a good time. They're like chatting with their buddy, and they see you, and they're like, "Oh, hello, good day." And they're speaking Draconic, and they see you, and they actually speak to Common, and they do say,
Oh, hello, Mr. Santiago. Oh, good day.
and things like that as you go past. Kids like the kids still completely ignore you because they're fucking kids, and you get like body slammed once or twice in the shin as they're like playing tag or some shit like that, and like housewives will sort of scurry them out of the way every once in a while, and you finally make it to Vazrai's bunk, where
You're tall.
she's at towards the end of the longhouse, where she's packing her kit, I suppose.
Yeah, she'd be packing her kit.
Ah, Vazrai, have you decided to join us after all?
No. Just simply just says no.
That's a shame. With Isaac gone, we really need all we can get.
She huffs, annoyed. I'd rather not discuss it here. If we
Well, where
want to
would you rather?
discuss it,
Ooh.
let's go outside for a minute.
Ooh, fighting words.
Not in front of the kids.
Fuck
All right.
fellas.
Yeah, she wants a bit of privacy away from all the chaos to actually like speak to him here.
Very well. Lead the way.
She will lead you a ways out. DM, if there's like any like private spot, maybe they could talk for a second, just away from just prying eyes, ears. Not necessarily eyes so much. Just doesn't want to be overheard so much. Hopefully that
Stand
isn't
by.
too difficult.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Hell yeah, dude.
Okay, sorry, I had to get up and walk. My back was hurting. Okay, sorry. You're asking if it's a secluded place. So yes, you exit the back of the longhouse, which is closer towards sort of the border of the city where the wildlife begins to grow. You pass
Hell
by
yeah.
a couple of the senior kobolds who are essentially rolling around hot rocks. They have a little burning fire, and they have these special rocks that they roll around and look at them and smell the fumes, kind of thing. It's like a basic
Lovely.
kind of interesting smoking, little sulfury smell. And they wave and say hello, and then you go past into a little side path that leads off into sort of the thicker brush, and you have privacy.
Okay, good. Now we can discuss. What of Isaac?
He's gone.
Nigga's dead.
I understand.
We
What does that
are.
have to do with me?
Oh.
Oh. So Carlos would kind of look at her, give her like a. He'd narrow his eyes a bit, and he'd kind of turn around and kind of look up into the sky and try to like formulate the words of what he wants to say.
Carlos, you're probably pretty insightful, but you can tell that she looks annoyed. Not at you, but just annoyed with a lot of things right now.
So Carlos turns back around. Vazrai, you are a capable fighter. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that.
Is that so? What makes you say that?
Well, I've seen you in action. Sure, you're a little rough around the edges, but I think you
Says-
have potential.
Says the one that has saved me at least 3 times in a row.
Well, just because I've saved you doesn't mean that you're not capable in your own way. I mean, take Vin, for example. He's
Oh.
saved me before. Do you think that means that I'm not capable?
You are capable. However, I will say that I certainly have had enough of a Cairona for one day.
Whoa.
Trust me, I know how you
Hey,
feel.
what the-
When we first...
The last thing I need is to just know the knife-eared bastard. It just annoyed.
Knife-eared bastard, I love it. Look, I understand where you're coming from, perhaps more than most. Our relationship, mine and Vin's, it's fluctuated over
Whoa.
our
And-
time together. Right.
And then he has
Um,
the audacity to speak of age, and yet he has all this age time. It just this time of age, and it's like he's done absolutely nothing with it.
You have to realize.
Oh.
Wasted.
You have to
absolutely wasted.
realize
Hell yeah.
time it's a double-edged blade for these elves, right? They live for centuries. They don't view time the same way as us. To them, 10 years is 1 year of our life.
And this. She's just annoyed. This
Strangling
This-
the air.
this is a noble, one of the finest they can muster. Yet he's a dull blade. What
Oh,
is-
man.
And you're asking me to go on this expedition and deal with this. It's like if I go, he is there, and if I stay here, his wife is here. It's like the two have issues.
Of course they do. They're Drow.
They're back.
Yes, apparently. Didn't realize that
trust
Drow
me.
were such an issue.
Trust me, I would rather deal with Vin every day of the year than deal with his wife.
Yes.
Vin, at least, you shouldn't be so hard on him. He's not as mature as the
No,
others.
but I will say
Because
this.
they age slower. You have to keep that in mind.
I will say this. If he had any sorts of wisdom, he might want to consider playing more music than actually talking. He's much better with words in the form of music than he is with whatever spews out of that mouth of his. I swear, it's nothing better than... It's about as bad as what a black dragon could spew.
Whoa.
Like-
It's terrible.
What did he mean by this?
I feel like you two have gotten off on the wrong foot due to his wife. I know Vin can be a caustic individual. He can be a lot more blunt than you'd expect.
Perhaps
he just
an
doesn't-
understatement.
He just doesn't he doesn't have our perspective. He doesn't understand. He doesn't necessarily understand when he is rude.
That is because his head is in the clouds.
Right. So why are you treating him like you'd treat anyone else?
What do you expect? Are you telling me to step on his toes when he does something wrong?
Well, it depends. I'm not saying you shouldn't stand up for yourself, but maybe treat him more like a child or an adolescent. He
You
is
don't-
prone to his outbursts.
I don't think you quite understand. I am not going to be treating the king and the queen like children here. I expect them to act their place.
Ah, yes, I forgot about that. Having traveled with him so long, I guess I have a different perspective about him. I met him on the road before I knew of his heritage or anything like that.
This
I knew he was always prideful about his house, but I thought that was just pomp or, a show to make him seem interesting.
Santiago, this is the future queen and king of Sanctuary.
Current.
Current, yes. And I will say, I definitely have concerns about the future. So yes, when I do have concerns about my people, I very much think it's legitimate. It's unfortunate that several months have passed, that apparently they've grown too accustomed to this at this point. It's just, I hope that my people can somehow adapt and maybe be able to stand on their own 2 feet at some point, instead of being carried around constantly.
Well, it seems they've done a fine job of standing on their own feet here. I mean, they're helping in the town. They're hard workers. They're not being taken care of. They're earning their keep. I mean, surely you must see that.
So long as they are not taken advantage of.
Oh, as long as you're around, I don't think that'll ever happen.
With how much power Amathray has, I kind of question how far that would go.
Oh, don't worry. I don't think she's so foolish to cause that level of problems in this colony. It's not large enough to. Not
That is
large enough
another
to do
problem. That is likewise another problem. This colony is clearly not big enough.
that. Well, it will be in the future. With your kobolds, I mean, I've seen that there's already younglings running about. It's quite fascinating. If this keeps up, I mean, there'll be more kobolds than anything else. So, I mean, if you
Yes.
think about it, don't you guys really hold all of the potential power?
They hold the potential.
That perhaps is a story for another time. Perhaps a concern for another time. As for
Either way,
me, I think I'm going to skip this trip unless there is something else in the way. I think I'm going to go camping for a bit and maybe embrace nature for a little bit for a change. Stop listening to the rambling on of whatever's going on in town.
well, I mean, we are going on an expedition. There's a little better place than to clear your mind at sea or exploring new lands.
Yes, and be stuck on the ship with, just
No, Vin
grumbles.
mostly keeps himself in the crow's nest. If you want, you could spend most of your time below decks. You'd never see him the entire trip.
Well, I'd hate to get in the, I'd hate to endanger one of Amathray's prized assets.
In danger, please.
Yes, apparently I could not be trusted with such a thing before, I would say.
Do not worry about her. She speaks before she thinks.
Truly.
She
Perhaps
says
I
what
could
she wants
recommend-
because there's no consequences for what she says. I mean, that's just how it is. I've seen enough nobles to know this kind of behavior. No one will tell them no, so they'll just keep going. I mean, unfortunately, that's just how the world is, but
You know, it's interesting. It's almost like it's a Cairona problem. I think the problem that she has is she doesn't play music. I think I'm starting to realize this issue.
doesn't play music. Perhaps that's why Vin does.
Perhaps her expression of words might be better if her husband taught her music, and
Guarantee
maybe
you, if M3 played music, it'd be thrash metal.
yeah, yeah.
Sabaton.
Either that or a piano.
But it would be pretty awesome.
Look, I know you you don't quite get along with Vin, even though he's mostly harmless to us anyway.
I have
But
to live in this colony.
don't you think it would look better for you, for example, if you came with us and helped us on this expedition?
I feel that question might be better asked from Amathray. I don't know. Could I be trusted with him?
It wouldn't be you being trusted with. If anything, trust me, if anything happens to him, I'll probably get blamed, so you don't need to worry. I've been around much longer than you in this group dynamic. But we need... When I say we need help, I'm not lying. We're down on strong fighters, warriors. Isaac went down fighting, and to be honest with you, now I'm seeing him fall or hearing him fall. It means that any of us could fall, and I'm going to do what I can to surround our group with strong members so that that doesn't happen again. He shall be the first and the last to fall, if I have anything to say about it.
Vazray remains silent for a moment, just listening to Carlos speak.
And if you need perhaps a little cherry on the top, the tavern has been performing quite well. Well, to the fact that I've been entertaining the thought of maybe reinvesting into the community, and perhaps I will invest specifically into the Kobold community.
Reinvestment in the Kobold community. What is it that you are planning?
Well, we have profits. We can use those to increase your living situation or provide better tools or anything that'll help your people thrive.
Carlos, as much as my people enjoy shinies, they probably would be happier to receive tools, if anything, right now. There's
That's
not
something we
exactly
can-
much that can be done with money right now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it would be just money. I'm saying it would be whatever helps the community. So I could go to the salamanders. You know, they're fine craftsmen, and we can get you the finest tools for your people, and they can perform amazing feats and really be valued by the island. If you're worried about Amathray taking advantage of her people, well, you need to show her that they're too strong to be taken advantage of. They're too important. They're more valuable as they are.
I will consider your offer, but I think after today, I think I need some time alone. So, I'm thinking I'm still going to go camping for a bit.
As you will. Just keep in mind we will be departing in 3 days.
Of course.
I hope to see you in the docks then.
She nods. Is there anything else you wish to discuss?
Nothing presently. I'll let you get back to your relaxation plans.
I think I need it.
Carlos would bow and then depart.
She gives a bow as well, and then says one more thing to him. And if I don't happen to show up, Bahamut's blessing on you and the crew.
If you don't show up, then we will need it.
She's almost a little concerned hearing that, and decides to go ahead and just continue packing for a bit. Get ready to go camping.
All right. So you go camping. Everybody, to my knowledge, aside from Vazray, is spending the next 3 days preparing to leave, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Question real
Jelly.
fast.
And answer real fast.
the pallet of rations that was prepared, how many is that?
It's a month's worth of rations.
Outstanding.
And it is essentially been created. Well, not. Yeah, it's effectively been created free of cost. He spent the entire month in his after hours using whatever extra was cooked to create some pretty okay rations. They're really nice rations. So nice, in fact, that if for whatever reason you happen to be exhausted and you eat one of these rations and take a short rest, it will remove that point of exhaustion.
Wow, those are good rations.
You're fucking good. This isn't U.S. military issued MRE. This is like the stuff that you get at Mountain Equipment Co-op or whatever the American equivalent is. That's like $35 for beef stroganoff.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's basically what you've upgraded to.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so it's pretty good shit. So Nephis, for that sake, you do have a month's worth of we'll call them improved rations.
Oh my.
What?
And I'm gonna write that down here so that if I
Rations plus.
so Ragus has made extra sexy rations, which is what I just said.
Whoa.
And I have that written down so I don't remember.
Sorry, what did he woe about? I was reading what you guys were talking about in chat.
Improved rations.
Rations
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
plus.
Yeah.
Rations plus
Right.
premium
Whoa.
Premium rations. You're welcome.
Gold pass. That's what happens if you spend eagles at the trade store.
Okay.
Okay, so 3 days go by. Vasserai, you are the one that I would like to look at in these 3 days because you go camping
Yes.
and you are undecided as to your direction in.
Hopefully we get a nice view of like the shoreline and everything.
You definitely. There's
Yeah.
a really, really perfect spot that you found from all of your
Finally.
wanderings in the island.
Finally, some peace and quiet for a little bit. Hopefully, no need to roll survival checks or any of that.
You know
So,
this island well enough for all of your wanderings.
explorations previously, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe you find Intari wandering around somewhere on the island because there's now a rogue tiefling just sanctuary
It just comes across my camp. Hi. Just walks by.
staring
Oh,
at you from the
okay.
trees.
Okay. Goodbye, tiefling.
Anyways, yes. So you're camping. You're looking at the beautiful shoreline.
She's still very annoyed with the whole situation, especially what she's put in right now. It is not in her eyes a good situation whatsoever. And
Okay.
to see what's happened over the past couple of months without any control over it has her a little bit more annoyed, of course, but there's only so much she can do. She does kind of half expect that Vin's probably going to get himself killed. Amethray's probably going to be coming for her throat. So Carlos, unfortunately, as much as she hates it, might be right. So she does not, under any circumstance, want to go under this freaking expedition that is just, it doesn't seem like a good idea. But it probably would be for the best to once again be entrusted with Amethray's husband. So
Hands off, he's mine.
she just kind of curses to herself for a moment, throws a rock at a tree.
I shake my ass.
Yeah,
At
Shakes his black
Nephis.
ass. Oh,
she is definitely concerned about the future, though, and the fact that she can't hear Bahamut for guidance, or really many things. Just a lot of things are wrong in the world in her eyes. She doesn't actually, at this point, she doesn't necessarily care about the party so much. However, Carlos is probably more of a concern than anything else. If Carlos dies, the hero of the kobolds dies, which is kind of a problem. So it seems that after our little camping trip is done, maybe a full day out there camping, we'll go ahead and return back and prepare to go.
All right. Well, 3 days comes and goes. Everybody shows up on the third day, crack of dawn, ready to depart. Nephis, quick bookkeeping question. In terms of supplies, are you just loading the 1 month's worth of improved rations, or do you want extra shit too?
I want to grab extra shit too.
How much extra?
I would like to probably an entire extra month of like lower quality food, hardtack.
Regular stuff.
quality food.
No,
Regular
not
quality
hardtack.
Well, sadly,
No.
on this island, there's no such thing as hardtack. Instead, what you get is rice cakes.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh no, we're Chinese.
Rice cakes. Well, you have rice fields. Okay, so 1 month
Dude.
improved. 1 month standard rations.
That's the worst news you could ever give me.
And put it on
Given-
my tab.
Given your status and your fame and your fortune, you don't pay. Your money is no good here, sir. As long as you
How much for
resupply,
Boosting the
at-
economy.
yeah. Okay, if you want to boost the economy, a month's worth of standard rations for the entire crew. So there's 5 of you plus Ragus is 6. My question to you, Nephis, are you bringing your standard crew dudes, your sailors?
Oh,
Not if it's gonna. How
That's
many
gonna
people we
be a
got? We got
pretty
1,
penny, dude.
2, 3, 4, 5.
There's 6
no.
of you currently already. All right. So
They can kick
6
rocks.
times 30 is
It's gonna be a pretty penny.
180.
Golden?
What's the average price of a ration is what is it again?
5 silver.
5 silver.
5 silver. So
5 silver.
5 silver times, what did I say it was?
180.
So 5 silver times 180 is 30 gold.
No.
Oh,
18 gold.
no.
I'm an idiot. Sorry, 18 gold. Would be if you were to pay for them. You said no?
I
That's
think you said,
good.
oh,
To the first thing
Good.
you
like he was
said.
surprised that it was that cheap.
Oh, yeah, 18 gold.
That's not bad.
Standard rations for a crew of 6 for 1 month. Any other special things? I mentioned horses.
Nah. We don't.
That's
We don't
okay.
need that.
All right, and the rest of the hold is empty. Deadly. All right. Those are my questions. So you guys meet up. You're at the dock. The Wide Horizons. Everyone's here.
To include
Preparations
Vazray.
have been made. Carlos in the background, roll me a D100 and add 3.
D100 and add 3? Okay.
Keep the change.
Keep the change.
Stupid.
For the rest of you, you're all here.
Vin
Peleus, you're
skips
here.
a gold coin into
Yeah,
the
one
sea.
sec. I'm just
Yep, for
doing
sure.
some calculations, and I was gonna pick
5
up
plus
some
2.
stuff on my own.
Roger Dodger.
You get that?
Sorry, what did you say it was?
88.
88. Ooh. Roll 2d8 times 5
2d8 times 5?
gold pieces.
D8. So I guess I'll just use these ones. Bam. So that is it times 5? So 12 times 5. Which I believe is 60. Yep, 60.
Gold pieces in profit.
Oh, nice.
Oh yes.
The reason for that is in the past 3 days, a committee delegation, come to speak to the Alliance Council from the Isle of Beasts chose to stay at your tavern.
Hell yeah.
Ooh. And
Best
because
tavern
of
on the
that,
island.
yes, the best tavern on the island. And because of that, there was also a fancy dinner party, or like sort of welcoming, a formal event. And they had it. They had it at the tavern, so you made a handsome profit.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Look at us, Vin.
Is he getting paid real coin this time?
Yes,
Or
he's
coupons?
getting paid real coin this time.
Are you gonna cut me in, Carlos?
Nuh-uh.
Okay.
The Dordians have their own measure of wealth. Anyways, yes, you're all here. Do you all board the ship and set sail? How are we?
It said Vazrai did decide to show up, right?
Vazrai did decide to show up.
Yes.
Ragus showed up. Vinshenzo showed up that morning. I don't know what Vinshenzo's reaction to the fact that the goblin's here is, but he's here. Everyone's here.
Oh,
Every-
Finn
all
didn't board
those-
the ship yet. He did the thing with the gold piece, and then he boarded the ship.
Yes, I'm aware.
And
Sorry,
then he
my point is
he sees the goblin, and he goes, "Oh,
he's probably already below decks getting
it's
his
you."
oh.
Cheer up, Vin. I had my worries about him at first too, but he knows how to cook.
As long as he's the only, as long as he's the only passenger that we take aboard of his variety.
I doubt there's many like him. So you're right.
One would hope.
So Carlos would greet Vazrai before she boarded. Vazrai, I'm glad to see that you decided to join us.
Yes, as reluctant as I was, it seems that it's probably for the best that I come along. Something tells me that you and the other vagabonds are probably going to get into some sort of trouble.
We always do. That's the problem with these little ventures, but I don't know. I think I have a good feeling about this one.
Vazri does not like how he said that. Just like, okay, this one feels right. It's like she doesn't believe that for shit.
And try not to let Vin bother you. He's not worth it.
What? I think the captain of the ship would probably be more concerned if I get angry.
That's why I said don't let him bother you.
I know. I'll try my best. And I will do this for Sanctuary, my people, and because you asked.
Oh,
So,
I do appreciate that.
yes, I'm pretty sure my people would be heartbroken if something happened to the hero of Kadramoon. They've taken a great liking to you, as much as I'm aware of your non-kobold background. So,
Hero of Kadramoon. Is that what you said?
Kadramoon, yes.
Oh.
And what is that?
Our kingdom, or at least used to be.
Well, that is definitely sounds like an honor.
Yes, I will say you've definitely saved us multiple times, I will say. And for that, I thank you.
Think nothing of it. But if there was one other thing that you could do, perhaps.
What is this?
Well, I've been watching your people, mostly from a distance. I am curious. I haven't. In my world, I never really encountered kobolds, interacted with them. And I know that, well, for all intents and purposes, I am a kobold, even if I do have the memories of a human.
I think you misunderstand. You were a human before
Indeed.
you became a kobold. I've
But
heard
that's not my
stories.
point. My point is, I would like to perhaps get a little closer to what I am now. I was wondering if you'd be interested in trying to teach me your tongue. Draconic, was it? Yes?
You wish to learn our sacred tongue?
Oh,
Oh, you make it sound much more important than I thought.
It is the language of Io.
I would be interested. It seems like your people, they're still a little standoffish towards me, and I'm not sure if I like that.
I will try my best to teach you this. That would be an honor.
Oh,
Thank you.
honor.
Is there anything I can do in return? I am fluent in Elvish, for example.
I don't necessarily have much interest in Elvish. If only you can just... If whatever it is, the antics of Ven humans, the elves, if something happens, that you try to talk me off of a bridge. Or just before I decide to go burning things.
Well, I didn't have very much luck last time, considering you jumped off a cliff, but I'll do my best.
Yes, I was not expecting you to be able to do that.
To be honest, it's new to me as well. I'm not sure if it was my time in that place or something else, but ever since, I could feel there's something else about me that's changed. It's I can't really put my finger on it though.
you what?
I'm just going to simply chalk it up to Bahamut does things in strange ways. And you simply happen to be there at that right moment in time. That's probably not true, but for now, that is what I am willing to believe.
I suppose we'll have to do for now.
Yes. Now,
Well, we better get aboard the ship before they leave without us, right?
yes, I probably should find a place on the ship.
Don't worry, it's a big ship, and well, we're small.
Yes. And she goes ahead and boards the ship.
Outstanding.
So picking up supplies would be at the lodge, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. I assume you have a list of things that you're buying?
Yeah, I'm just typing out, but I think I actually ran out of characters.
Oof. You can just like copy paste it to me in Discord if you want. While he's doing that, so I assume you guys are just gonna sail off Toot Sweet to this next island.
Unless we got
Yes.
anything else going on.
All right. Who is taking which position in the crew? I assume, Vin, you're in the crow's nest as per usual.
Sure.
All right. I'll get you two for the first day of sail. I know it's 10:53. I'm watching the clock, but for the first day of sail, roll me your perception for being the ship's watch.
24, unless I'm at disadvantage.
You are at disadvantage. I should have said at the start. That's my bad.
24.
Wow, that's perfect. Look at that. Didn't even matter. So you see, first day of travel as you guys are heading north, appears to be a shipwreck.
Ooh.
The ship is broken and beached on the on what looks to be like a small rocky knoll that's essentially stuck out the water, like the tip of an iceberg, except it's stone. And it seems as though this ship has just completely crashed down on the tip of this knoll and broken midsection apart. It's weathered and sun-bleached, but otherwise it doesn't seem overly precarious. It seems quite stably positioned on the rocks.
I inform the crew.
Ooh. Nephis tells the crew, we'll be heading towards that. We'll see who it belongs to, if there's any survivors, supplies, what we can salvage. Prepare yourselves.
Aye.
Okay, so you're gonna approach this wreck.
Yes.
As you approach the wreck, I will get all those watching out to roll me one last perception as you all observe the wreck when you approach.
Should Vazray roll?
Anybody who is looking at this wreck,
Oh, baby.
examine.
I see beyond the veil of time and space.
And you notice that you are on a table with many gigantic figures staring down at you. No, I'm just kidding. 30, Carlos. Perfect. 18, 6, 11. Peleus, are you interested in the shipwreck at all?
Sorry, I was a little busy with.
No, it's totally fine.
Can you
I
describe
just
it
want to
again?
double check. So it's a shipwreck. The ship looks like it's been essentially dropped on a rocky knoll that's kind of sticking out of the water. It's balanced stably, but it has been cracked open.
I mean, I will
Sun
look with
bleached
my
and-
regular ass eyes.
Your regular elf eyes.
Yeah.
What do you see with your regular elf eyes?
Am I rolling perception?
Yes, sir.
Uh, 17.
17. Okay, so excluding Nephis and Vazarai, Carlos, you have. I'll tell you this, Carlos. You have a perfect view. As the ship is approaching, you just get a glint into the cargo hold, and you see this bitch is loaded. Jackpot.
Ooh.
Captain Nephis, seems we've hit the mother lode.
Aye, what is it?
The rest of you, I guess, which is just Vinshenzo and Peleus. Sorry, I'm gonna get used to your name. You see that there are numerous chests strewn about in the hold of this cracked open ship. You see barrels and all sorts of cargo provisions, specifically Carlos. And the reason why you know that you've hit the mother lode is you happen to see one chest that was tipped over, fully dumping its contents out, but it's like at the back in a corner, need to be looking in the right kind of spot. And you can see that it's entirely overflowing with gold and jewels.
There's many chests, but I see an overturned one with gold and jewels.
Vinshenzo feather falls out of the crow's nest next to Carlos. Yes, and what
Counter
of
spell, no.
what of the owners, the previous owners of this property?
Is entirely devoid of life, Carlos.
There's no one there. Either abandoned ship or I don't know, perished.
DM,
How lucky are
Player.
you?
how close are we to this ship?
As close as Nephis wants you to be.
I want to do an investigation check.
We've run aground.
Let's
getting
hear how
closer.
close Nephis wants you to be first. Okay, you're getting close
upon
enough.
hearing that, yeah, we're getting close. Yeah, we're
You're
gonna
getting close.
start loading. Getting
Okay.
big loads.
So I
We're
will
going there.
copy. Here's what you're gonna find first, as you get closer, and then I will copy paste the treasure you get. So, you find that there is a combination, like you find a number of dead bodies on the other side of the ship, sort of as you come around and you get off. You've signed a series of corpses. A number of them,
No.
Nephis, are Sahuagin.
Yeah.
And a number of them are these strange, roughly 6 foot tall, slender blue humanoids.
Oh,
And anybody interested can roll. I guess that would be nature.
If I'm able to, yeah, I'll try.
Peleus detecting magic. Vin determining what would happen to the crew. Let's look for any hazards. You can roll me investigation, Vin, and we'll use this as the stepping off point.
I
For
want
the
to.
session.
I want to cast detect magic to see if there are any magical traps.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna write all these actions down because it is 2300.
hell yeah.
Oh, indeed it is.
So Kardoc is investigating crew.
Aye.
And you got a 16.
Pretty good for someone that knows nothing about nature.
Pretty good.
Pretty
Vinshenzo
good.
got a 14.
Pretty.
Vazrai's got a 6. All right, I'll this will all be put in IC dialogue so that go from there. Okay, and Peleus does detect magic. Explain to me. There's no roll or anything. It just happens, right?
1 sec, I will pull it up.
It
Okay,
should be
and while
just
you're doing
cast the
that-
spell unless it's just ritual casting, in which case he just sits there for like maybe 5-10 minutes,
Deadly.
and then he'll be
Nephis,
able to detect.
I
after
will
securing
not
the
be
ship-
sitting there for 10 minutes because I will use my once per long rest cast at normal speed ritual ability.
Oh shit!
Hell
okay.
yeah. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
got some good stuff. Nephis, after securing the ship, is there anything you specifically want to do?
I would like to use one of my feats,
Ooh.
favorite enemies. Seeing the Sahuagin bodies, I'd like to. I believe I can expend a spell slot. I'll look into it, but next time I just want to see if there's any like Sahuagin like within the area. So using
Sahuagin
focus.
traces.
yes, right. I want to smell the water. I want to taste the water a little bit.
Do you want to roll that for me real quick? I think it'd be like a survival or something, and because it's your favorite enemy, I think you get advantage.
Like 2 races, blah blah. Okay, sorry, I was just reading it. I gain advantage. What can I select? I got a 22.
$22, understood.
Hey DM.
Hello, yes, 22, understood. Gotcha. I will have that recorded. Oh, okay. 22 for survival, so that will also be in an IC post.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's basically detect magic in a nutshell in chat.
Perfect. Thank you.
I have a
Okay.
question.
Yes.
The vest.
Before you start that, just a session based on time and how the deal works. It's now officially over. But now you can ask your question. I just wanted to state that officially.
Okay. Devon, I want to say earlier got a vest, like dragon scale vest.
Yeah.
Is that correct? What
A
color
leather
is?
vest with dragon scales. Yeah.
What color is the scales? That's important to Vazray.
Green.
Okay.
I would mark that.
Uh-oh.
What were the... That was a white dragon we fought on the island, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if that matters to Vazrai either, you see a fucking trinket hanging in the captain's quarters. You looking there?
It hurts to see a dragon dead. However, considering that they are servants of Tiamat, we are happier seeing it's probably for the best that they're gone. So.
Oh yeah, that's right. You don't like dragons that are chromatic.
Generally, we try to avoid dramatics. Like the Dragonborn are like the only exception because they're kind of a weird spot. So. So yeah, good on Nephis.
Wow.
Okay. Well, I'll actually take this break. Chill, can you detect, like, magic books and stuff like that?
Okay, so the actual wording is, for the duration, you sense the presence of magic